$1 million had gone to Whopper when I recommended to the former president of the legislature, we would not have to pay $40 million and borrow from First Bank, which is costing us an additional $30 million extra in financing that for the last 6 years, which is passed on to the consumer. The key factor with that, LEAC, it's actually what you call an avoided cost. In this business, if you were a private sector, in the agreement, there's a fixed cost that's always on the table. But whenever that fixed cost can't be provided by the investor, they have to pay that avoided cost. They didn't do the proper negotiation with WAPA when we engaged. They put it on our back. We should have had subsidies after a certain increase in the price. We should have been able to kick in, and the government would have used a property tax or some other means of revenue to actually support that debt service to the consumer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Next question, Dr. Leonard Richardson, former professor. It's your turn.
Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to the panel of contestants, meaning aspirants, incumbents, and candidates. What is your price? And this question goes to Mr. Graham.
What is my price as related to a senator?
Well, the reason I ask what is your price, you know that here we have a number of problems. And what is it going to cost? To what extent are you willing to go in order to bring about, to the best of your ability and knowledge, a change and a betterment for all of our people?
Okay. With respect to why I decided to run for the legislature, I think that I'm a public servant. I've been a public servant for the last 22 years. I offer myself as a candidate because I see that there are problems here that we need people with the experience, with the education, and the skill set to turn this territory around. I can personally tell you that in tough economic times, leadership starts from the top. And if we're broke, we have to start by talking, walking, and acting like we're broke. I'm prepared to move legislation to reduce salaries of the senators, to reduce salaries of commissioners and elected officials. Let's turn this place around, and let's do it by leading from the top. It is not fair to provide an 8% pay cut across the board. A person making $85,000 a year is not affected the same as a person making $40,000 a year with an 8% pay cut. With respect to corruption and stuff like that, if that was more where the question was leading, I believe in transparency. I don't believe in enriching myself or anything. And if I get into something, it's for the salary that was there. I chose to run for public office, to be a public servant, and if I really wanted to make extra dollars, I would be in the private sector here or on the mainland. But I truly love the Virgin Islands, I truly love home, and I truly want to make a difference. And I tell people that if it wasn't for bills, I would do it for free. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question from former Senate President Armando Rocky Library.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning to our panel and to the aspirants and to our listening and viewing audience. I guess my question goes to Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks, tell us what is the number one issue that you believe affects the territory as we speak, and tell us how you plan to address it as a senator.
Thank you for that question. The number one issue that I see facing the territory that I've spoken about throughout my entire campaign is the cost of living in the Virgin Islands. I don't need to rehash now how difficult it is to go to the grocery store, and when you spend $100, you look in a basket and it's still empty. I don't need to rehash how when you go to the gas station, what used to be $3.87 is now almost $5 and sometimes more. I will remind everyone that sometimes persons are looking for a place to rent. And when you look at the amount being charged versus what you're renting, you shake your head and you wonder, how can we survive? The cost of living in the Virgin Islands affects all of us, and all of us must come together to bring about practical solutions. Some solutions can be done immediately, but we also need to think long term. Too often we've had leaders in elected and appointed positions that only think short term and never look down the road 5, 10, 20 years. That's why WAPA is in the situation it's in now. To help with this situation, what I would like to do, with the support of the residents of the Virgin Islands and the other persons that are elected with me, is to look at a cost of living index for the Virgin Islands. We need to ensure that salaries and everything else that needs to be at a certain standard gets to that standard when it comes to the cost of living. When we speak about the cost of living, we're also going to address WAPA. I feel, one, the government must pay the total share what is owed to WAPA, and I'm ready to move legislation and doing budget hearings to ensure each agency budgets enough for WAPA, plus a 5% in case that amount that they owe to WAPA throughout the next fiscal year increases. Those are two things that I want to work on, a cost of living index and making sure each government agency budgets enough for WAPA. We also must look at energy. And that is something, before this forum is over, that I'll speak directly about. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. The next question from panelist Mr. Liston Davis, and this goes to candidate Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Election reform. During the primary, it's quite obvious that election reform is needed. Here's why, I think. You had maybe close to 50 or 60 aspirants seeking office. The primary was only for parties. I believe that it should have been one primary for all, including independents, where you select the same number of 7 independent candidates and 7 candidates from the other parties that would go into the general election. What's your opinion on that, Mr. Payne?
Spoken like a true former politician and distinguished educator. Election reform is imperative in the Virgin Islands, but it has to come from the people first and foremost. Considering a primary for independent candidates without having all the information, it sounds like it's some we should really consider in the Virgin Islands to thin out the field, the same way the Democrats did, and one day the ICM might have 8 or more candidates and they'll go through the same process and stuff like that. So going in that direction is not a bad thing. I also think when I think of election reform, we have to look at changing the schematics. We have to look at whether we are going to do numbered seats or some form of districting. We also could look at promoting early voting in the Virgin Islands, where we don't have to wait until November the 6th or the first Tuesday of the month. We could do like some other states, start a month in advance and be walking at your leisure, if it's lunchtime or whenever you have a break, to go in and vote. There's some things we do have to do to make our election process one where it's much more trustworthy. We need brand new machines 2014, and a vote for Mr. Payne, pushing number 35, will ensure with his colleagues that that takes place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question comes from panelist Dr. Leonard Richardson. Your question will go to Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier, good morning again.
Good morning.
One of the things that we have noticed is the senators will make a decision for the people. Oftentimes, their decisions are not in the best interest of the people. Do you believe that a referendum, or 3 or 4 referenda should be binding? That is, the people should be able to say yes, nay, this is what we want, what we do not want, rather than the senators single-handedly, unilaterally making a decision which oftentimes is in their best private interest. Do you believe referenda should be binding.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The whole frank education with legislation is what I've been preaching, and it depends on the topic and the subject matter. Because right now we're looking at this hem situation, that to some people is outside the norm because of our culture, and federal guidelines don't accept hem, and that's a matter that needs to be looked at. I think at this time it has to be in parity, because you do elect your senators to serve and expect them to do what you ask of them, and they should be working for the people. I am pretty much myself willing to serve for the people's best interest, our senior citizens. Right now, I'm concerned we need legislation right away that President Roosevelt, due to the Great Depression, we have to engage right now as if we were emergency going to war and having all the supplies we need. We have to save our young. We've lost close to 3,000 young black men over the last 11 years. And I'm saying with proper legislation for a vocational school should have been top priority, to get our young men in vocational training so they can take care of our roads, take care of our schools, take care of our basic household residential need. What we're seeing today is actually legislation by our senators for their own self-interest. Until we get the right people that care about your people, that love your people, that is the matter that we have to engage in. Referendum would always be for certain issues and topics that's outside the norm, and that seems to be when federal obstacles get in the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next panelist, Almandarap Liebert, question to Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Peter. Mr. Graham, as we look through the Caribbean, we're in competition in our tourism market. I mean, we compete against every other island. You know, what made the Virgin Islands prosper was we were unique, and we had something that stand out among the rest. But for some reason or the other, we have been losing that edge. We still, holding our own, but everybody else is catching up. My question to you is, what is your vision of the Virgin Islands as it relates to how we can improve our product so that we can once again be way out in front?
Thanks for the question. I can remember a statement that Lee Iacocca made one day, and he said, in the automotive industry, you either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And when you're leading, everyone else is looking at what you're doing right and improving upon what you're doing, and that's why a lot of the Caribbean islands are inching up on us, or some may say some of them have surpassed us. We have to keep refreshing our product. We have to start thinking and looking outside of the box, so to speak, to get tourist traffic here into the Virgin Islands. I can clearly remember the days of going to Hampton University, and some will look at a college campus and say, in the summer times, not many students are on campus. Hampton capitalized on that, and every summer there's a big ministers' conference on the property. There's room to stay in, there's food coming out of the cafeteria, there's traffic into the towns. A lot of other people accompany this conference and stay in hotels and stuff like that. We have to start looking outside of the box and start refreshing our products. We have to start looking at what we can do to draw other people here from other destinations, Europe, Italy, other Caribbean islands, just completely refreshing our products, because when you don't refresh your product, your product becomes stale, and other Caribbean islands that coming out with new, fresher products can stay on top of you or surpass you. So I would always envision, I would sit back and envision providing the dollars that we can to help the private sector continue to refresh this product and offer items here that other people want, and other people would draw other people here to our territory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question will go to Mr. Brooks, Senator Davis.
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator. The last question kind of prompted my curiosity to ask this question. traffic in the Virgin Islands has an impact on tourism. If you walk the waterfront, you see more tourists walking each day. We haven't improved our byways and highways for over 40, 50 years. Traffic congestion is unbearable. We need alternative routes for public transportation, which is hardly in existence. What is your position on the implementation of water taxi?
My position on the implementation of water taxis. Oftentimes, you don't find persons running for office will speak directly and speak the truth. I often tell people I tell the truth because I don't want to remember what I said the last time. In 2006, I stood before the Virgin Islands Taxi Association in their office, and a question was asked to me about water taxis. What I tell them then, I will say now. Eventually, water taxis is going to become a reality in the Virgin Islands. It will happen. What I encouraged them to do was to be the ones to get involved in it and run those water taxis. The tourists are going to demand it. They cannot deal with the traffic anymore. They rather walk from the cruise ship to town than take a taxi. They're going to demand it, and it's going to happen. What I would like is for our taxi drivers to become a part of that. I've spoken to them before. I've visited Havenside many times. I've visited the taxi drivers at the airport. I understand their concerns, and I understand the financials of what you need to do to make water taxis a reality. If it's going to become a reality in the Virgin Islands, and it will one day, I sincerely hope that our taxi drivers that work so hard, the men and women, would be the ones to own and control it. My position is that it will happen, and I want us to be the benefits of that, to be the beneficiaries of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question, Dr. Leonard Richardson, and this would go to Mr. Payne.
Good morning, Mr. Payne.
Good morning.
It is interesting to note that at the base of the Statue of Liberty, which stands on Liberty Island in the harbor of New York, there's an inscription which reads, "Give me your poor, your tired, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the teeming wretched of your shores, send them to me." With that pronouncement, we are aware that our infrastructure is finite. How do you feel about our accepting and taking in more and more and more? Or should we have quotas? Or should we say limitations on X, Y, and Z? How do you feel about that?
Excellent question.
Thank you.
Coming from a distinguished person of great stature, my mother told me that their generation calls him a walking encyclopedia. And he is absolutely one for real.
Yes.
I am 100% in favor of nations building through taking in the poor, the decrepit, the lowly. 100%. My grandfather used to go to Santo Domingo and bring back products to sell in the Virgin Islands. My grandmother learned to play piano in the Barbados, relocated to the Virgin Islands, and taught thousands of Virgin Islanders how to play piano right there in Savannah.
I being one.
Yes, Dr. Richards was one of the many fine students. The Virgin Islands is the melting pot of the Caribbean, similar to New York. I think there has to be some level of regulations, but if a person or a group offers a talent or a service that a particular nation doesn't have at the time, or there's some financial constraints that are placed on burden. For example, when the earthquake took place in Haiti, we were able to absorb what we could to the best of our ability. I don't think there's anything wrong with nations, reaching across, reaching out, providing, helping, assisting, because this entire planet is interconnected and interrelated. And one nation suffering means that all nations are going to suffer. Let's help out all the time whenever we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, we want to say good morning. This is a PEO production in conjunction with WSTA Radio, VI Decision 2012, live radio on 1340 Radio, WSTA, and our websites at www.lucky13wsta.com and focusvi.com. Our candidates today present are candidate Mr. Horace Brooks, candidate Mr. Clifford Graham, candidate Mr. Clarence Payne, and candidate Mr. Ken Bernier Sr. We want to thank our super sponsors for making it possible. They include Innovative, IQ Event Group, Furniture Plus, MDM Inc., Colormax, Furniture Inn, T's Restaurant and Chicken Fry, Frontline Systems, that's KB Financial Group, Choice Wireless, Jimmy's and Sons, Global Training Enterprises, and John's Auto. We want to thank our super sponsors for making it possible. Our next question, we turn to Senator Armando Rocky Liebert. Your question will go to Mr. Bernier.
Thank you, Peter. Many of the problems that we have in the territory requires funding. I mean, we could have all the greatest ideas, but many of them require money to implement them. So I believe that all of you should have some idea of some form of revenue generating. Mr. Ken Bernier, what are your thoughts and what are your plans as it relates to revenue generating, and how you plan to look at it in terms of, you know, the shortfalls that we have and ways that we can maximize our potential?
Thank you for that question. Again, I just want to let you know, I think education with legislation has to be the key element, and educating our people in respect to what needs to be done is important because they have to be a part of it. In respect to revenue generating, I don't see any problem because we have partners. Our partners, the cruise ship. We have a beautiful waterfront. It's a great asset, but it's been underutilized. The Port Authority is like a sleeping giant. They should be your power brokers. The legislature needs to have people there that can educate even the board members and realize there's a big development there. We should be actually using our waterfront to create revenue. We talked about the taxi situation. If we have proper infrastructure, it will create a better environment. So I will brick the whole waterfront and put in $30 million. It's easy to do. The cruise ship, Carnival Cruise Line, will request to increase $1.50, which will generate $15 million over 5 years. The Port Authority can put up $10 million because when the project is done, it's going to worth $150 million. And the government could put up $5 million. What that does, $30 million, the government is going to get $9 million back to the general fund based on our metric, how we do capital improvement. What I'm saying is actually this. We have a world of opportunities out there. The problem is we don't have legislatures that have the insight on how to take this government to the other level, to take care of our senior citizens and our kids dying in the street. This is economic genocide that we've been in plague with leadership from the legislature. And that's why I'm here. I want to serve to protect my mother that's on a fixed income. That's when they made their salary of $400 a month, that cannot sustain. WAPA is 50%. And you're not talking about her pressure pills. I'm just saying to you, this is sad, and I want to serve to help a lot of more senior citizens and take care of our youths. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question from Senator Liston Davis, and your question goes to Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham, thank you again, Mr. Moderator. Currently, the budget for the year 2013 allegedly is on balance. The governor has sending amendments to the budget that hopefully would balance the budget, including borrowing. Two of the amendments, if my memory serves me correctly, would eliminate night differential pay and the contribution, I believe, to the health fund, I think 60-40. What is your, if you're Senator, and it seems that you're a pretty bright fellow, what is your position on that? How you believe they should go about attempting to balance the budget without balancing it on the backs of the people?
Well, thanks for that question. I really think that the attempt is to balance the fiscal year 13 budget on the backs of the working employees. The night differential pay, I am not in favor of touching the night differential pay and any of the health insurance. I mean, when you look at what has happened over the last year and a half, you take 8% pay cut from the government employees, you increase the gross receipt tax, the WAPA LEAC went up, shipping costs is going up. So as the months and days go by, it feels like the employees are more and more underwater and drowning rapidly. I think we need to seriously look at where we are and start doing the cuts and the perks and stuff like that. We still have government vehicles being taken home. We still have people with cell phone. We still have a lot of travel, excess travel within the government and everything like that. We need to start looking at all of these perks and start cutting from within. The employees have sacrificed enough. We really need to start looking at the top management. In some cases, you have assistant commissioners, deputy commissioners, assistant to the deputy commissioners. We really, really need to start looking at our management structure and start cutting from the top. Like I said, start with the perks. If it means that you have to park the vehicles up and drive your own car, that's what it takes. I am prepared, and I tell people the 30th legislature has an opportunity to lead by example. If it means we park all of the legislature cars up and we drive our own personal cars, that's what it will take to start turning this place around. You have to start from the top. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question goes to candidate Brooks. And that question will come from Dr. Leonard Richardson.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, Mr. Brooks.
Good morning.
There are several things that seem to be pervasive here in the islands as far as our people and our sufferings are concerned. May I ask you, sir, do you feel that when you look at the overall structure, that financing or energy or some other form of all of those, well, those two which I've listed, which do you consider as the most important, most pressing, and what are your recommendations for bringing about alleviation of the sufferings of our people?
Thank you for your question.
You're welcome.
I think every candidate here in this room and every candidate that's on the campaign trail, if they are serious enough, have done their homework, and understand the issues we face, would agree that energy is a major issue facing the Virgin Islands. As my former principal, Mr. Davis, and former Senator Mr. Davis indicated, there was a press conference on that I listened to on my way here with WAPA. And they were revealing what they say were the facts. If there's any candidate that's serious about the energy issue, they would have by now read Bill 28-0009, which became Act 7075, that deals with the energy policy for the Virgin Islands. In there, it spells out, based on that legislature, the direction they feel we should go. And I fully agree. I have been in discussion with Dr. Wayne Archibald, who works for the University of the Virgin Islands, in terms of the steps that have already been made to help this energy crisis. And I'm not one that's going to sit here or speak to anyone and make you feel like I know it all. This is how we're going to address the energy issue. The first thing I'm going to do is call Hugo Hodge, once I'm elected, sit down with him and for he and I to have an honest discussion about what steps WAPA is making. He highlighted some today in the press conference that were very revealing to anyone that listened, and I hope most people listen to it. Once I do that, I will continue my discussion with Dr. Wayne Archibald for UVI, because they themselves are doing things also to deal with our energy policy. Once I have those discussions, then we will move forward. We have many things. We have wind, we have solar, we have coal, we have all those on the table. But I'm not going to sit there right now and say this or that is the answer, because they have more knowledge than I do, and I will lean on their knowledge and expertise and then move forward with a thorough, comprehensive energy policy for the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question from Senator Armando Rocky Liebert, and that goes to Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Peter. Let's piggyback on that question, Mr. Payne. And let's bring it in a little bit, bring some perspective to it. We have just seen an increase in the WAPA bill. We know that there are a number of people who live on fixed income. This increase now takes up a lot of the residual income, so people just don't really have that much money to spend. When that happens, you know that restaurants, businesses, there's a whole spiral effect. So, my question to you, Mr. Payne, is people are looking for some type of a relief, almost immediate. You follow what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Because if we don't do that, we are in danger of losing businesses, we're in danger of families. The whole community is at stake. You know, some have talked about subsidy, finding a way to assist. What is your thought?
Excellent. Thanks for giving me a chance to piggyback on my second most favorite topic to talk about. I just have to differ slightly from my colleague there, a very distinguished gentleman. Instead of Clarence Payne meeting with Hugo Hodge by himself, Clarence Payne would meet with Hugo Hodge with his elected compadres. All 15 of us will sit down together. Then we'll take that discussion to the executive branch. Then we'll take it to the federal government, who has to be in this equation if we are going to see any serious movement on a short-term level. A huge part of the problem is people have spoken to Hugo Hodge on a one-on-one basis. And look at what it has resulted in. He needs to see a team of people representing 100,000 people with a very serious commitment to bringing relief. According to Donna Christian, she said that she is going to apply for emergency funding to the federal government on a grant that can award us about $50 million. That's a great place to start. In addition to that, our government must provide a partial subsidy for the LEAC. That cannot be compromised going forward. We have found money to build rump factories, sports centers, all type of nonsense. But it's time for us to say, let's take the burden off the neck of these people of the Virgin Islands, bring relief. The same way you found money, you had a big discussion about debating, should we charge a tourist $3 a head tax and all this nonsense. They go to Jamaica, they charge them $24 a head tax. No discussion. No discussion. Nobody wants to pay taxes for rental cars. We don't rent cars, it's for the tourists. Why are you worrying about them? Let's start to worry about us. So that's the attitude I would take. Bring a subsidy to the LEAC no later than January 2013 for the people of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much. Next question from Educator Liston Davis, and that goes to Mr. Bernier.
Yeah.
Mr. Bernier, so I'm going to ask you a financial question. Tell me your preference. Value tax, gross receipt, sales tax. Which you think is more appropriate as a substitute for the gross receipt?
Well, first of all, the gross receipt tax is already structured in our bonding capacity. So I will not even equate and use a comparison. Again, in any metric, you have to have a comprehensive economic plan. When you Ernst build homes birds build nests. The Virgin Islands is putting just out there without even a plan. There's no architect in our legislature to say, where is our economic plan? Without a plan, we're lost. I can give you one typical support from a financial point of view that will take care as a stimulus. That's why we need a plan to pay our people our retro, as well as take care of a $60 million subsidy within 120 days because we have the revenue stream. It's pretty much simple. We actually took the cap from the insurance guarantee fund from 50 million to 5 million. That fund brings in $16 million a year. We could actually, on that retro, pay off that 40 million that our existing senators use to get reelected. I will do a bond issue for $300 million. It's pretty simple. Our little Diageo that enjoying the fruits of our labor can match 10 million and is 16 million from the insurance guarantee fund. That's $26 million. We could float a $300 million bond. Guess what happens? You could pay off the $300 million of the retro. It's simple. 200 million comes to the employee, which will stimulate the economy, paying the outstanding to the government employees, and 100 million will come to the government, which could be used to subsidize the WAPA interim burden until we correct the problem. I'm just saying to you, the models are there. It's a matter of having access.
Mr. Candidate, the question.
Yes, sir.
Do you favor a value tax, a sale tax, or a grocery receipt?
The grocery receipt tax, I would
Good.
say.
All right.
Thank you very much. Next question from panelist Dr. Leonard Richardson. Your question will go to Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham, good morning again.
Good morning.
When we consider our medical situation, when we consider our insurance situation, we find that people are now leaving the Virgin Islands to go abroad, whether or not it's the Cleveland Center or some other place. Why is it that we are in a position to have persons, and it's a very, very pointed question, why is it that we are in a position to have persons leave from here and go abroad? Or are we not in a position to have people leave from here and go abroad for medical attention when it could be rendered here? We have one of the best oncology units in the entire Caribbean, and we have one of the best cardiovascular units in the entire Caribbean, each housed on a different island, St. Thomas for the former, St. Croix for the latter. And yet our persons who are working in those areas will say, well, they can't stay, and they go. Why is there a revolving door as opposed to persons wanting to come here, as opposed to our own persons wanting to work and stay here? Because the cost apparently is so prohibitive. What do you recommend?
Well, thanks for the question. I think if you go back in history, you recognize that from many, many years ago, a lot of people were accustomed of going off island for medical treatment, whether it be Puerto Rico or the U.S. mainland like Florida and stuff like that. The medical personnel here in the Virgin Islands has increased tremendously. We have good service being offered from right here in the Virgin Islands. A lot of them are young doctors from the Virgin Islands that have come back home. I myself, many years ago, used to go off island for medical treatment. And one day I stopped and I said, you know, if anything happens to me, I have no medical records in the Virgin Islands. If there's an emergency, I have no local doctor that I can go to because I was one that was going off island for medical treatment. I think now that we have the capacity, we have excellent doctors, we have excellent facilities, we have a lot of the doctors in private practice as well, in the government, in the medical complexes that you see stretched outlined behind the hospital. I think we're starting to see more and more people getting back and going to the local doctors. Yes, we have more that we still have those that are going to the U.S. mainland, but I think as the word spread and people start to get the experience that I got good service from doctor this and doctor that, they will feel more comfortable staying here and using the local physician. It's like which come first, the horse or the cart? If if the doctors can't get the patients, then they're gonna leave and go because they say they don't have the income coming in to sustain themselves here with this high cost of living. And of course, the residents are saying, well, we don't have good doctors here, and I don't see the stability of the doctors. But I think the residents need to start looking at the capacity here because we have good medical capacity here, and they should start using the doctor pool in the Virgin Islands. Keep the money locally as well.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Our next question from Mr. Liebert, and that goes to Mr. Brooks.
Yeah. Mr. Brooks, just like every other member, are you familiar with an issue on the small island known as property taxes, St. John in particular? And let me just give you a little history. The Virgin Islands became eligible to write their own tax structure back in the latter part of 2004. Congresswoman Christensen at the time, through a letter I had written to her, was able to change the federal law to allow us to do our own taxes. But subsequent to that, there's been a clamor because of, there's a case that came known as the Burns case. You remember that?
Yes.
Right. That case was set the precedent where the court struck down many of our tax issues, tax law. Particularly at that time, St. John, we had a thing called a cap. Because the taxes were so high, and there was a 10% cap placed on it. And in the Burns case, the court ruled that that 10% was unconstitutional, and they threw it out. You have the opportunity, if elected, you and your colleagues, to change that, to set a tax structure that will address the concerns of St. John, but it must also be fair and equitable across the board. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's something that, first of all, I am familiar with the Byrne case that you spoke about. And I've also spent time on St. John. Oftentimes, yes, St. Johnians say that they only see candidates and politicians when it's time for election. I think if you ask a St. Johnian, especially my taxi friends right there in Cruz Bay, they'll tell you that Horace T. Brooks is not one that comes to St. John only when it's election time, but he comes again and again and again. And that was a commitment I made when I ran the first time, and I've held through to that commitment. Again, telling the truth, so you don't have to remember what you said the last time. I think it's a good opportunity for us to move forward with setting that. I think we need to ensure that the Tax Study Commission is up and running. We have many boards and commissions that are supposed to be doing a particular function. We need to lean on them to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. And in fact, we move forward with setting a fair assessment for the people of St. John. We've heard that they've been crying for too long. Taxes are too high. And they, in fact, gave the government lots of revenue based on the tax system. So I think we can, in fact, move forward with setting the rates that need to be set. Make sure the Tax Study Commission is functional and move forward, easing the burden on the backs of our Virgin Islands, and especially St. John, which oftentimes is not looked at enough. But if elected, as they know already, I will be their friend, their voice, their advocate in the third legislature.
Thank you very much. Our next question goes to Candidate Payne. This will be the last question in this round, and it comes from Mr. Davis.
Before I ask my question, I would like to say, example set, example follows. The previous discussion had to do with hospitals and care. If you have leaders leaving the island to seek medical care, what confidence you are given to stay here? You don't have to answer that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Let's move to our education reform. Mr. Payne, and this may be a two-part question. What is your position on the Board of Education hiring the commissioner? And what is your position on restructuring the curriculum that would ensure that every youngster graduating from high school graduate with a marketable skill.
That's it?
That's it.
All right. Coming from, I mean, I had to write that one down. I'm not like Ken Benet who got a memory of an elephant. Started clock on me. Okay, no problem. Education reform is imperative. I'm glad you mentioned that. I want to have a functional board of education. What type of legislation could be passed to give them the teeth and the respect that they so deserve? Living in Virginia, when the Board of Education spoke, the Commissioner of Education responded. It wasn't like whatever. It was no, hold up, hold. This board is very powerful and very consequential and essential for the formative education of the people of the different communities. I think it's either the Board of Education either needs to appoint the commissioner or the superintendent. They have to have some teeth and they have to have some leverage. About restructuring the curriculum, we follow the education model of America almost to a failure. Many cities in America have dropout rates of 60%, and you still want us to follow them. I don't understand that thinking. I could remember my formative teachers. I doubt they had a college education, Miss Francis and Miss Joseph in Moravian School. However, their ability to transfer and transcend information, you can't teach that in a book. That person has to be compassionate and meet and have this almost in their DNA. I believe restructuring the curriculum is important, and equally important is our vocational education, our career and technical institutes. They are poorly funded or neglected. The only unit there that gets all the attention is the FBLA, Future Business Leaders. The plumbing, mechanic, the electrician classes, they are completely neglected. It's time for us to take a look at what we have and make it stronger. Okay, yes. Hire the commissioner
And
for the Board of
What about
Education.
the curriculum in terms of youngsters graduating with a marketable skill?
The only way we can do that, and an excellent question, is we have to strengthen our career and technical institute first to take on the influx of the students. We have to get that in line.
Thank you very much. Again, we got to remind our listeners we're live on Lucky 13, WSTA St. Thomas, 1340 AM radio. Also, on the website, www.lucky13wsda.com and focusvi.com. This is VI Decision 2012, live radio, live streaming, and we got to thank our great sponsors for making it all possible. They include Innovative, MDM Inc., Furniture Plus, Color Max, Furniture Inn, T's Restaurant and Chicken Fry, IQ Entertainment Group, Frontline Systems, KB Financial Group, Lisa Melchior, Choice Wireless, Jimmy's and Son, John's Auto, and Global Training Center. This round would include follow-up questions by our panelists, still 2 minutes, and like we asked our panelists yesterday, we have less than an hour. Time to crank it up. We're bringing the candidates to our listeners and viewers, and we'll start with Dr. Leonard Richardson. Your question goes to Mr. Clifford Graham.
Mr. Graham, the moderator has said it's time for us to crank it up. Now we're going to crank it up with no affront to anyone personally, but with the betterment for our people in mind. I've listened to several blobs, as they call it, or looked at several things on, not looked physically, because I am visually challenged, as you know, but I've listened to several things, and in my mind's eye, I've realized that a lot of people say a lot of things when they are interested in seeking the position of being elected. I do not believe that you are one who would come with platitudes without some fervent plan in mind. Your past record indicates that, in fact, you were successful. Now, my question is, do you believe that the Virgin Islands, with its infrastructure and with its energy problem, can sustain itself at this rate when globally we find that many other areas have said they cannot? I'm not even talking about Greece, and I'm not even talking about Spain. I'm just talking about the United States itself, mainly New Orleans, for example, in Louisiana, the problems that are still there. Do you feel that we should be receiving more from the federal government? Or do you feel that we should be able to do more on our own? In other words, the question is, do you think that status has affected us negatively, or we're not even considered, or if we are one, a stepchild, or two, the spook who sat by the door?
While I believe, and an excellent question, by the way.
Thank you.
While I believe that the federal government should be doing more, we have to recognize what's happening in the U.S. and throughout the Caribbean and the world, to speak. My fear is that the federal budget is going to get tighter and tighter, and with that, a lot of social programs will be cut going forward. I think the presidential election may dictate how much cuts will come down in the future, and as well as the congressional race. If one party takes control of the congressional race, the Republicans look more at social cuts and stuff like that. I think we have to start leading by example and showing the benefits of the dollars that comes on here. A lot of time we have millions and millions of dollars that comes to the territory from the U.S. mainland, and we have little to show for it, or we don't spend the money properly and we have to send back money or pay back money because they were not spent properly. That comes from management. We have to look at how we manage the federal dollars that comes here. When we look at housing, for example, we get dollars to subsidize units here. The territory received about $1.3 million in home funds. Years ago, that home fund used to be able to subsidize anywhere between 50 to 60 homes. Today, that $1.3 million can only provide subsidy to like 10 homes because of a high cost of living here. The cost of living is attributed mainly by the high cost of energy, mainly by the fact that everything is shipped in here, and the ship, we pay for the wrong trip of the ship because the ship goes back empty. We have to start looking at what we can do to create products here that can be shipped out, and our shipping costs should be reduced because you're not paying for the wrong trip. I can expand some more, but my 2 minutes is not sufficient time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question goes to candidate Bernier, and this will come from Mr. Liebert.
Mr. Bernier, I want to touch base on the issues surrounding corruption. You know, you hear a lot of our people talk about corruption in government. And there are different schools of thought on this issue that I'm going to ask you about, which is the elected Attorney General. What is your position on that? And how do you see it remaining as it is, or with an elected Attorney General, pros and cons?
I think we just, at this stage in history, elect an Attorney General. The politics has overtaken, being a small community, no one wants to take a stand because the guy is your neighbor. And we've seemed like what's wrong today is acceptable as long as everyone goes along with it. And that's the politics in this whole game. It's time for us to raise the bar and protect the people of the Virgin Islands. That's what's so sad. We don't think this should have been necessary since we are cultural people. We're supposed to be a loving people. But our legislature have shown themselves lack the integrity in not even standard procedure in any accounting. Is the government's money, it's the people's money, And that audit needs to be exposed, and that will be exposed with my colleagues at the appropriate time, given the opportunity to serve. That audit will be exposed. It's standard procedure. And that's what's so sad. I am seeing that even the silence of people that know the right thing, even our Justice Department, justice delayed, justice denied. I can't see in today's world we are letting people go by, time go by, and people suffering. So your question and your answer is yes, at this time in history, we have to elect an AG and given the tool and the financing to make sure that they meet their obligation to protect the people.
Let me just follow up on that, because what I understand what you say is yes. There are also those who say that because it's now elected, they can also be corrupt. What do you say to that?
Well, I can think anyone, even as our judges hold a high esteem, and they know that job is actually at a point where they know they have to be held accountable, being in that position elected by the people. I can't see why they would have to be corrupt, because it's a check of balance. If they want to have their credibility taunted, then, next time go wrong, they won't get the job. But I'm pretty sure if someone wants a job, they're going to make sure they do a good job. That's the purpose of check and balance.
Good. That's why I wanted to expand on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question from Mr. Davis, and that goes to Mr. Payne.
The country has been dotted, repleted with corrupt attorney generals. Well, here's my question.
Elected or selected?
In both categories.
Okay.
Well, here's my... there's a correlation between guns and drugs. And I haven't heard, I've heard almost all the candidates that are running talk about the issue of guns in the territory. And the United States for years has declared a war on drugs. And that war has been very unsuccessful. Do you think that if a war on guns is declared relative to the Virgin Islands, would it make a substantial difference on guns coming into the territory?
Excellent question, and I think it's time for us to lead that charge. One of the things we have to be mindful of is that because we are under the American flag, the Second Amendment to the Constitution is probably the most fiercely defended amendment of all. And they have organizations and lobbyists in the billions, as far as money, to protect that particular one. I've met people in the Virgin Islands that told me last election, you better not touch no gun issue. Stay far away from it. I have to be strapped down in Bordeaux. The police will take too long to come down there. That's how people are so passionate about guns. So when we begin that charge, we have to have people with backbone that's going to stand up and say, look, I'm not saying we're going to restrict the legal gun owners, but those illegal ones ending up in the hands of children and felons must be regulated, period. We cannot have legal guns in people's hands illegally, engage in illegal activities. That cannot happen. We have to be forceful about it. I work in juvenile probation. I see the plight and the destruction that gun does to the victims and the criminal families. When mom have to come testify for the perpetrator and the pastor have to come talk about character witness for both parties. I've seen the pain. So my position is let's attack the guns with vengeance. Let's regulate them. Let's make sure that we don't affect the Second Amendment, but we must find a way to regulate the shores, the coast, the coastlines, and other means that guns are coming into the Virgin Islands.
And otherwise,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Follow up?
may I just complete my thought? And otherwise, what you're saying is that you support an effort, a vigorous effort, a war on guns, illegal guns, because most of these guns are coming in by
That's correct.
people who makes a living by selling illegal guns connected to criminal activities. And so therefore you agree that we must make some effort to control our borders in terms of
Absolutely
illicit guns.
correct.
Good. I want to be clear on that.
Thank you very much. Next question will be directed to candidate Brooks, and that's from Dr. Leonard Richardson.
Candidate Brooks, as the moderator has dubbed you, we have listened closely to things like agriculture, listened closely to things like whether or not we should or should not get into agriculture. Tell me, do you feel, with the price of food being what it is, and with all of the engineering that has taken place genetically, do you feel that the Virgin Islands can become, once again, the breadbasket for the Caribbean, specifically in terms of agriculture, growing our products, selling them to the hotels, to the supermarkets which are here, and to persons? I do not mean the once a month Bordeaux farmers sale. I mean sustainable. And if so, what do you recommend or what do you propose for bringing that about? In other words, for making it a reality.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Throughout, and I have an issue, I always speak the truth. I'm going to continue to do so. Because you're going to hear candidates say, let's push agriculture. Let's make agriculture viable. Let's make it sustainable. We can do it. It should be the second economy. Tourism cannot be the only economy. But you don't hear them with any sort of idea of how it's going to be, and they don't talk about the realities of the situation.
Exactly.
How many farmers do we really have in the Virgin Islands? How many young people really going to go through that task every single day of taking care of that produce the way they should in order for it to become the sustainable economy like you mentioned? Can it work in today's Virgin Islands? Let's be real. We go down to border every once a month, and we tell the farmers we for them, when realistically we walk away saying, you know what? They want to do what they want to do when it comes to farm agriculture, but realistically it can't be done. Would I put the effort behind it? Yes, I would love to put the effort behind making agriculture sustainable in the Virgin Islands, because I know, especially working in the hotel industry, that tourism is a very ticklish economy. One wrong move, one bad model could totally destroy our tourism economy. I would love to put the efforts in agriculture, but it's going to take a holistic effort. If we don't have the people that are going to put their hands to the plow, it's never, ever going to work. I have spoken throughout this campaign. I've given incentives to persons that are willing to grow that produce and market it to other islands and abroad. That is what I will bring to the table. But first, we're going to have a realistic, serious discussion. Can it work? Will it work? Do we have the hands that are going to go every day into the field and really grow the produce that's needed and make agriculture sustainable? That is the reality of the situation. I am tired of hearing politicians and candidates say things just to get by. All people need people who are going to be real. The time has come. The time has probably come a long time ago.
Come and gone. A follow-up. A follow-up. The follow-up is, are you saying then that the mindset, our labor force, our value system, those things do not lend themselves independently, so to speak, to agriculture? In other words, we're not of an agrarian mindset. We do not have the labor force to do that.
That is the reality of the situation. And if any candidate comes and tell you otherwise, challenge them on it.
Oh, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next panelist, Mr. Liebert, will pose a question to candidate Graham.
Thank you, Peter. Housing, Mr. Graham, I know one of your forte. Let me just preface why I'm going at housing. If you speak to the average youngster or a young person, one of the problems they have in the Virgin Islands is owning a home, owning a piece of the rock. Many of these Virgin Islanders go away. They go to Florida, they go to Atlanta, they go to other states where they have the ability to get a home at a reasonable cost. In your tenure, I mean, your experience with housing, what are your ideas and thoughts about making it much more affordable, even more affordable than what was considered affordable under the housing program? Because I think we got to move outside the box now. We're a little bit too climb up in there, and that hasn't worked for the majority of people. That's why we have an exodus of a lot of people. You can't find a place to live. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, good question, excellent question. Well, first of all, I think housing, affordable home ownership is one of the first way you can build wealth among the resident of the territory. By owning a home, you have that equity in your home and you build wealth that way. What have happened over the years is we continue to see the drastic rise in construction costs. When China was developing and buying up all the steel and stuff like that, it really sent the cost of steel, wood, concrete, and all those other things up. What's not helping is the high cost of insurance because of the hurricane and earthquake zones that we sit in. One of the things we can do, first of all, with the hurricane is look towards the U.S. for help. A lot of the eastern coast, like eastern and the Gulf Coast states that got hit by hurricanes are looking towards Congress to come up with some kind of windstorm insurance. And one of the things we need to do is ensure that when that happens, that the Virgin Islands are included, the Virgin Islands is included with that, or all of the territories are included with that windstorm insurance. Secondly, when you look at the cost of the construction here, we have to come to the table with subsidy. If you don't provide subsidy, you will not achieve that home ownership product at a realistic price. When you look at the 200 plus acres of land that the Housing Finance Authority owns on St. Thomas, pays zero property tax. But once you develop that and provide the subsidy, you do get that money back in perpetuity. So you must be able to come to the table with subsidy dollars. And the subsidy that I speak about is not really for the low-income persons because they're federal dollars that are here through rural development, 502 money, and home funds. But the middle income, and in the federal government eyes, once you reach about 40,000, you're considered middle income. And you can't achieve home ownership without deep subsidy. So the government of the Virgin Islands needs to come to the table with that subsidy dollars to help those middle income clients.
Well, that's just the subsidy. What about, material supplies? Because that's where the big cost is. Don't you think that government should now take a role, an active role in assisting or helping bring that together so that you can reduce the cost? Because the average individual contractor that brings it got to absorb that cost. What about you looking at government now to take that? And I'll give you a case in point. They had the housing program, the roofing program, in which they gave out, every contractor had an opportunity to do a roof like that. Why can't it be that the government now look at bringing in the material and allowing every contractor opportunity to build a house? Therefore, the cost must be much lower. Has that been able to, you've been approached that in your agency?
We have been approached that, and there are some incentive now that exists. Of course, a lot of contractors or developers do not take advantage of it. You have to first build under the affordable housing program to get to take advantage of these incentives. But any developer or contractor building under the affordable housing program get an exemption on most of the taxes, like the excise tax, the gross receipt tax, the corporate income tax, all but 1% of the custom duties and everything. One of my fear, though, is looking at the waste management proposal for the end user disposal fee, charging for that fee upfront, and we have to make sure that even if we go forward and we look at a fee of getting rid of debris, garbage, and stuff like that around the island, that construction materials are exempt. I can tell you that over the last 2 years, especially when you look at the St. Thomas, St. John district, competition do help, because I've seen concrete price went from 185, 190, all the way down to 140, 150 now with competition. So the government have to continue to play a role to ensure that there's competition, continue to look at tax incentive and elimination of certain taxes that you pay when you bring in construction material to help achieve home ownership. Right now, it's limited to the affordable housing program. Maybe they should eliminate all taxes and construction material going forward to help people build their homes.
Thank you very much. Okay. We have the next question will go to candidate Bernier, and that will be from Mr. Davis.
I was fascinated with that last discussion because the poverty level cutoff is supposed to be 20,000 or so. But because of the high cost of living in the Virgin Islands, our poverty level index should be moved higher. And I've said that for many years. The area of concern for me now is unemployment. Unemployment in the Virgin Islands, territorial-wise, is about 8 or 9 or maybe 10%. Prior to Juvensa, the unemployment rate was very high. As an aspirant, and if you're a successful aspirant, you'll become a senator. Yeah. How would you go about proposing legislation that would reduce by X percentage the high rate of unemployment in the Virgin Islands that in some instances relates to the high incidence of crime in the Virgin Islands? Idle hands, you know the story. So let me hear from you. What would you propose or attempt to do that would reduce this high rate of unemployment in the territory?
Very good question, and that's something Michael Porter from Harvard would say to you. It's a simple metric. You take the Port Authority, the EDA, the Public Finance Authority, the UVI, as well as WAPA. Those are your revenue-generating entities of this government. They become a metric, what you call an alliance. And they have the means of creating public-private partnerships. And that's what's lacking in the legislature. The education of using your own resources to enhance the economic development of this territory has been lacking, and that's what's needed in the legislature. So with my colleagues that have the expertise, putting the Port Authority, most Port Authority throughout the world, or even, say the Port Authority of New York, they make investments with public-private to create jobs. Our Port Authority has become a big giant, but no trust. The waterfront development is a key. St. Croix right now, the Port Authority should have been developing Betty's Hope. That's 600 acres. Their studies came out last month, we knew from last year, to put a solar farm. Our Port Authority has been one of the biggest sleeping giants. Again, you need people with innovation. The Chamber of Commerce is still kicking the can down the road, and their members are suffering. You need a Chamber of Commerce that's willing to roll up their sleeves. I'm saying to you that we have the wherewithal to change this model around and put the people in place that are capable of taking the government to create the employment that's necessary. That's what I'm seeing lacking. Creating the business, bringing the cost of living down. And that's what's needed through legislation. I will put in and assist with my colleagues legislation that will generate and create revenue measures that are sustainable, not fly by night. Sustainable revenue measures that continue to help the betterment of our territory.
Thank you very much. Our next question goes to Mr. Payne, and that's from Dr. Richardson.
Mr. Payne? Once again, I have known of your works in terms of your working with the environment, particularly the beaches, and also working with our youngsters, and also by extension, your brother with the JDPP. What do you find to be a very, very difficult problem with our waste disposal? Do you think recycling is sustainable? If so, what type, when and where? Or the landfills, which have become pretty much saturated, or we should ship it offshore somewhere else and let it become someone else's problem?
Excellent question again. I am on the Citizen Advisory Council for Waste Management, a position I was appointed to by an application process in July. And from the time in 2007, I approached waste management along with the Environmental Association. We had discussions about recycling, and there was so much resistance in 2007 to recycling because we look at profit motives on the front end as opposed to the long-term vision and developing a particular industry. In 2012, there is some headway, not the enthusiasm necessary to make it work, but because of organizations like EAST, organizations to Save the Lindbergh Bay Coalition, and other community-based organizations, they're beginning to have headways to recognize that recycling on the Virgin Islands must become a part of managing waste, period. Now, how it's done to the minute detail would have some complexities to it, but shipping off to Puerto Rico, where they are building a megaton plant, is a possible option. Local recycling for cans and glass could be a potential financial gain for some small business. So there are opportunities there. That's going to take some long-term planning, some long-term projections. But to say it's going to make like a cash cow initially, I don't see that based on the information that's been afforded my level of participation. But I am enthusiastically going to push recycling because we don't have a choice in the 21st century. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next question goes to candidate Brooks. And that question is from Mr. Liber.
Thank you, Peter. Mr. Brooks, GRS. GRS has been under some criticism for its lending policy. But more importantly, GRS also has some issues speaking to insolvency, and they're changing the way the benefits are given to employees. What is your position on, one, there's a change that should be changing from, instead of 30 and 50, moving, I understand, up to 60, 65, somewhere around there, in the 60s. There's a change on some want them not to borrow money anymore, and some want them not to do mortgages anymore. But I want to say that many Virgin Islanders who just couldn't have anywhere around, any other way out, were able to obtain and maintain a home through the GRS. It's been beneficial. But now it's come on times where, one, we see a reduction of employees in the government, which is the main force to keep it going. What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you. I think this GRS issue has been a train heading for a wreck for a long time. And present company excluded, we have had some legislatures in the past that have helped in this train heading for derailment. And it's to the point now where 10 years or less, if we don't do what we need to do, the GRS will become insolvent. We need more persons actually working in the government to sustain the amount being paid out to retirees. And we know we just went through terminations of government employees. We need to have a consistent infusion of cash going to the GRS. It's plain and simple. They need money. They need money, and we must have a sustainable, recurring revenue source that continues every single fiscal year putting 10, 20, 30 million dollars into the GRS to help them sustain themselves. The actuaries have done many studies, have come back to the board and the administrator and told them we have to diversify our investments. Now, we know the situation with Seaborn, we know the situation with Carambola. Some were for it, some were against it. But they need to do whatever they can to make sure they have monies coming into the GRS. I'm not going to sit there and say I'm against it. They need to strategize and make sure that the investments they make, they are almost absolutely sure they can get a return on those investments. The GRS is an issue that once we get elected, whomever the other six and those from Cinque and the Center Lodge may be, we have to seriously address it right away. Or else, our own families that are retired and us that hope to retire one day will have no retirement system to look forward to and no pension to look forward to. So I am ready, been ready, to address that issue once elected to the third legislature.
What are your thoughts on the 30-year 75% retirement?
And the 30-year?
Yeah, well, you know, right now it stands, if you have 30 years, you can retire with 75% of your salary. And now the reports are saying that because of the age of these individuals, it's becoming a burden on the system. What are your thoughts?
Correct. Persons are living longer. Right. After 30 years, some people live 20, 25 years after, which was, I wouldn't want to say it was not intention, but it was not foreseen that would be the case. Again, that's something we need to sit down and look at. Does it make sense? Do we need to increase that amount of years? If so, then let's do it. I'm all for sitting around the table, coming up with the best solution and moving forward. Not moving forward 10 years from now, moving forward right now.
Thank you very much. All right, we're getting close. What we're going to do now, each of our panelists will ask each of the candidates a question from 1 to 4, 1 minute response, and then we'll give you an opportunity to wrap up. We'll start with, how we want to do this? With one question per person and everybody to get a shot at it? Okay. Former Senator Davis, start with candidate Mr. Bernier. 1 minute response, please.
I don't know how I could answer this question and get an answer in 1 minute, but I will try.
Okay, well we could do the 2 minute response.
Yeah.
What that would leave us with is 2 minute wrap up time for each candidate.
Okay. I've been trying to picture in my mind why we have so many candidates running. And I'm trying to determine whether it's 6905 or the stinging audit that came out relative to the legislature. I heard a lot of candidates talk about monies that were stolen by senators. I heard a lot of candidates talk about repealing 6905. But I'm wondering if they understand what 6905 encompasses. It encompasses the governor's increased salary. It encompasses the increase in the pension fund for lawmakers and some other variables. And so, Mr. not beignet,
You're hungry.
That's a fruit.
Yeah.
Or a cake.
It's a food.
I'm going to be hungry and tired now.
Yes.
What is your response? Why you think we have so many candidates running? Is it because of 6905 or the audit? Or they just feel that the total legislative body is incompetent?
I think I can only speak for myself. I don't know what people may feel, but I think we have a serious fiscal problem, and as a former government employee, I felt I could give my service. We're in such a dire strait. We're $4.2 billion in debt, and our GDP is only $3.6 billion. So that's a sad situation. We are financially bankrupt, but we can't even file for bankruptcy. Only Congress could actually take us over. So your question, I think I can only speak for myself. I engage on a basis to serve with my expertise and my qualification and what I've been with the government for 7 years. My interest is to try assist this because my children and the senior citizen and our young people are dying. And this actually is economic genocide. And that's the seriousness of this matter. This is not about money at this point, because I offered $1 to serve a year ago to assist the GRS with this financial problem. So my whole essence is to serve as a legislature, to educate our people, because the populace out there is saying our people aren't educated. We could just have fish fries and they're going to re-elect us. I am saying the days of that is over. It's time for our people. We're dying. For who the bell tolled, it told of thee. And that's what's so sad about our community now. When I feel, given the opportunity, I, with my colleagues, and they're great colleagues running here today as well, can turn this thing around with proper guidance as an institution. The world is built on institution, and we don't have institutions here. We have special interests here. And political, who's best to serve? It's the people that have to care for the people. And that's really why I'm putting myself out there to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Same question.
Same question.
Mr. Payne, go ahead.
Okay. I like Kent here. I feel it's a combination of motivating factors that's driving the impetus for many people to consider running. The audit was stinging. It was shameful. It was hurtful. It was deplorable. I could spend the rest of my 2 minutes just blasting it, but it left a bad taste in all the Virgin Islanders' mouth. You know, that your first branch of government would be engaged in such a act, you know, and I've said it publicly. It could have been justified. Just tell us. That 6.9 million could be justified, laid out for us, and we gone down the road. But because of the secrecy, then they had to lay off employees from the same institution that the money was taken from. So we're looking at all those factors that's causing many good people to say, you know something, let me step out and offer myself, not only for the Senate, a lot of people running for the Board of Election too, you know, and which is also another problematic area in the Virgin Islands, because there's limited confidence in the gateway to the political arena. So there's some departments and decisions here people are going to have to make, and they have made, to serve and to do a better job. And I hope that's the calling for the panelists up here, for those of us that's running, and those that's coming, you know, that came yesterday, and those that's going to be coming later.
Thank you very much. Mr. Graham?
Likewise, I'm not sure if people are running because of the salary and everything, but I really, for my personal belief, I think a lot of people are running because they're seeing the people here, the territory, suffering. And this suffering has been going on for a while now. I think they're concerned about the state of our economy. We are 8% of the government payroll out of circulation. We have rising LEAC. We have people that were sent home. We have less money being circulated in the economy. And the economy is actually shrinking to a point where private sectors are feeling it and starting to close their doors. And that's even more reduced revenue for the government. I decided to get in the race because I am not a politician. I don't even like politics, but I'm concerned about the way the Virgin Islands is heading. I think I can offer my skill set, my experience, my knowledge, my education to help turn this place around. We have serious problem here in the Virgin Islands, and we need committed individuals to get in there and turn this place around. The problems are fixable, but we have to start acting like leaders and lead from the top. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brooks?
All right. I won't need 2 minutes. I'm going to get straight to the point. Yes, there are some persons running because of Act 6905. Yes, there are some persons running because of the $6.9 million audit that came out. They see this as an opportune time to offer themselves, so they decide to do so. Why am I running? It's simple. If I did not care about everyone that's listening to me or everyone that's watching, if I didn't care, I wouldn't be doing this. When I left the government 4 years, 5, 6 years ago, I took an entry-level position making $45,000 less. I got 4 promotions in 4 years at the Ritz-Carlton. one of the best companies you can work for anywhere. The career that I have there is very promising. And in the next 3 years, I'll probably make more money than I'll make once I'm elected as a senator. So for me, it's never been about money. It will never be about money. I'm running because I care about you. If I didn't, believe me, I wouldn't put my family, my friends, my committee members through this again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We want to thank all our candidates. Due to time, we got to say great thanks to our esteemed panelists. Mr. Liston Davis, former senator and educator. Dr. Leonard Richardson, former professor at Morgan State University and the University of the Virgin Islands. Armando Rocky Liebert, former Senate president and educator. We want to thank him. We got to thank our super sponsors, and they include Innovative. We want to say thanks to Innovative, Furniture Plus, Color Max, MDM Inc., Furniture Inn, Tees Restaurant, and Chicken Fry. We also want to thank Frontline Entertainment, KB Financial Group, Ms. Lisa Melchior, and we got to say the John's Auto Global Training Enterprises and Jimmy and Son, along with Choice Wireless. Thank you. We have a second session coming up in a bit. We will name the candidates who will be coming up in the second session, starting at 12:30 to 2:30. They include Senator Jeanette Millin Young, Myron Jackson, Tregenza Roach, Senator Sean Michael Malone, and Donald Cole. We have a 1-minute wrap-up to each and candidates. Let's start with Mr. Brooks.
Thank you again, PEO Productions and WSTA, for allowing us to be here this morning. And for those listening and streaming, thank you for allowing us to speak to you. My name is Horace T. Brooks, and I've gone around this community for the last 4 or 5 months, from as early as 5:30 a.m. in the morning till as late as midnight, trying to reach as many people as I can. If I have not reached you, please feel free to give me a call at 690-6333. A poll was done recently for those running for the Senate in St. Thomas and John, and the results were shared with me yesterday. The poll showed that if the elections were held today, I would come in 5th place. Am I happy with that? Yes, but that only shows me I have to work harder, and I plan to do so. I am number 25 on your ballot. I'm doing this not because I'm running for a title, but I'm asking for a chance to lead. On November 6th, my mom's birthday, I hope I am blessed with your vote and that I will be your next senator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Candidate, Mr. Clifford Graham.
Good day. First of all, I'd like to thank Peter Ottley and PEO Production and WSTA for hosting this forum. The panelists that asked the difficult questions, Senator Armando Rocky Liebert, Dr. Richardson, and former Senator, of course, Liston Davis. I am pleased to offer myself as a candidate. I'm really and truly concerned about the condition of the Virgin Islands. We have 36 persons running for this seat. I want the residents to do their due diligence. Read, look at the platform issues, look at the educational background of the candidates, look at the skill set. I offer myself because I believe I bring all of those qualities to the table to lead this territory out of this financial difficult time. I offer myself as a sacrifice because I really don't like living above the radar. I like being below the radar. But I think we have a great opportunity to lead the Caribbean, continue leading the U.S. Virgin Islands, and turn this financial mess that we have here around and lead to better days, a better quality of life here in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Candidate Clarence Payne.
Yes, so let me start out by giving a special shout out to my co-workers and colleagues at the Department of Human Services, who I am sure are listening. Also to my family and friends in Bovoni and Upstreet, Lindbergh Bay, and my union brothers and sisters. I'm sure y'all are listening, and I am out here championing the cause just for you. I'm number 35, keep hope alive and push 35 for Payne. I'm excited, I'm motivated. This is a great time in the Virgin Islands, regardless of the current condition. We have to believe that things are going to change. We have a dynamic President Obama that's leading the Democratic Party down the road, and there's some great Democrats that are out here that's going to be championing the cause for you. Keep that in mind. We're going to work very hard to make this a great time. Thank you so much. This production has been outstanding, and each of the panelists have a special place in my heart and my family's heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And our last candidate Kent Bernier Sr.
Because I want to thank the panel as well as the moderator and Peter Ottley. Of course, you did a great job. It's commendable. Again, it shows that our people are capable to taking us to whatever level professionally in your line of business. Again, I'm here to serve. I'm here to serve the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm very concerned. It's disheartening to see how our people have deteriorated within the last 6 years. I'm hoping that collectively as a people, no matter what happens, there is a bright future ahead of us. We got to hold on to that future because there's nowhere else in the world that has a better blessed place than the U.S. Virgin Islands. And I want to, although we're trust territory of the United States, there's always hope because we are vibrant people. We have vigor beyond the unknown, and we've been Christian and spiritual people all our lives. And I want to say to you, for who the bell tolled, it told of thee, and that's why I'm concerned that at this time in history, serving the people of the Virgin Islands, I'm number 36. I'm asking you for your precious vote on November 6th. And with that, God bless.
Thank you, each and every one of you, our panelists, our candidates. Wish you the best. VI Decision 2012, a PEO production in conjunction with WSTA Radio. We're here to promote dialogue, inform the public, help our voters
PEO Production.
Choice. We, to our voters, we're bringing it to you live on WSTA Radio and our websites. We'll be hearing from all our great sponsors in a minute, and we will return in 30 minutes with the second half. Again, thanks to everyone making it possible. Thank you.
PEO Production, in conjunction with WSTA Radio, presents
Decision 2012. Live video and live radio on WSTA Radio. You don't miss the candidates as they debate the issues live on radio and on the internet. Broadcast live on WSTA Radio October 9th, 10th, and 11th, beginning at 10 a.m. to 12 noon and from 12:30 until 2 p.m. Originating from the Wynwood Passage Hotel, hear the candidates' views that are running for the office of Delegate to Congress. Delegate Donna Christensen, Norma Picard Samuel, Warren Mosler, and Harlan Redfield. Senator-at-large candidates, Senator Craig Baxter and Wilmer Monsanto.
Senatorial candidates, Shirley Sadler, Cecilia Emanuel, Kent Bernier, Clarence Payne, Horace T. Brooks, Clifford Graham, Jeanette Millen-Young, Myron Jackson, Stephen Smokey Fret, Paul Alexander, Alma Francis Heiliger, Sean Georges, Elvin Foy Sr., Tregenza Roach, Marvin Blyden, Donald Cole, Senator Sean Michael Malone, Lawrence Olive, and Joseph Wojo Gums.
live video streaming on Lucky13WSTA.com and FocusVI.com.
It's all live here on WSTA Radio. Brought to you in part by Furniture Inn, Innovative, Lisa Melchior, Megamix Production, T's Chicken Fry Restaurant, MDM Entertainment, Furniture Plus, Colormax, WSTA Radio, and IQ Events Group.
Decision 2012, bringing the candidates to you on primetime, live.
It's available now in select areas of St. Thomas and St. Croix. Crisp cable television, clear landline telephone calls, residential internet speeds up to 5 megabytes per second. It's time to continue the evolution. A brand new state-of-the-art telecommunications network. A whole new kind of communication. Visit an innovative business office for details. EVO, continuing the evolution. Brought to you by Innovative.
2012 we no rap with home phone. You see we are cut card, everything wireless. When we are come out and we roll out, it's Choice Wireless.
No hesitation, Choice make it wireless, real innovation. Cut card, save and join the Choice Nation. Choice keep your wireless everywhere you're flexing, unlimited text save. No contracts, keep your same phone number, same contacts. Home phone is no longer an answer. The mobile phone with a 3-month service, so don't get nervous. So make that choice, yeah. Cut the card, get a new smartphone, power up with Choice, yeah. Virgin Islands, get your mobile device, go and make that choice, yeah. Cut the card, no limits, so come power up with Choice, yeah. Make the card, no contracts, keep your freedom with Choice, yeah.
Home phones are no longer innovative. Transfer your number to Choice Wireless and get a free cell phone and a free month of service. No contracts, no limit. Basically, cut the cord and save.
Wally, oh.
Furniture Inn is having a big red tag sale on all furniture and appliances. Early bird special, living room sets, dining room sets, bedroom sets, accessories for every room in the house, china cabinets, wall units, lamps, you name it, they have it. Everything's on sale. Mattresses, end tables, coffee tables. Furniture Inn, located in Lockhart Garden Shopping Mall, next to Kmart. Call 774-2583 and take advantage of Furniture Inn's Red Tag Early Bird Specials.
As we are living in the roughest economic times in Virgin Islands history, it's important that we stick together and support our own.
It is important that we spend smarter.
In these times, we are forced to cut back.
Trim the fat.
Stay home a little more.
Spend a little smarter.
We live local, let's keep buying local.
Supporting local businesses creates jobs.
Ensures funding to aid our public schools.
And to keep our charitable organizations afloat.
Buying local helps you,
helps me, helps the economy.
MDM, Music Digital Media, specializes in wedding photography and videography, video production, photography, live event streaming via internet, music production, graphic design, and digital prints. They also specialize in video production for live events with multi-camera setup. Visit their website today at www.mdm-ent.com or check them out on Facebook, MDM-ENTVI, or give them a call today. You can contact Jamie at 340-244-1217, Omari at 321-356-3258, or Cecil at 305-951-4211. MDM, Music Digital Media, digitizing your dreams.
T's Restaurant and Chicken Fry open 7 days a week, where you can enjoy fresh local cuisines such as boiled fish, shrimps, salmon balls, mutton, barbecue and stewed chicken, and a whole lot more, including the original chicken and French fries with all your sides and vegetables. Then step right over into Content Gaming and the Little Bar, where you can relax, chat, try your luck at Powerball, Sevens, Spinball, or whatever is your game of choice. T's Restaurant, Chicken Fry, and Content Gaming, located in Content, right next to La Bambouche. Call 340-777-8102 or 340-774-2233. T's Restaurant, Chicken Fry, Content Gaming, and the Little Bar. Open 7 days a week for your convenience.
Be prepared this hurricane season and make sure you always have a backup plan. Get a wireless phone from Innovative to supplement your innovative landline phone. Get a mobile internet device from Innovative to supplement your home DSL. You can never be too prepared. A reminder from Innovative.
It's the second annual I Am Beautiful Natural Hair Workshop and Expo presented by Miss Naturalista and the Department of Tourism. This hair event will be sizzling. There'll be informative workshops, hair demonstrations, and scalp analysis, hair tips for relaxed and natural beauties, live henna art, natural hair products, and presentations from leaders in the natural hair world, including natural hair care celebrity Kim Coles from Living Single, Miss Felicia Leatherwood, and Dr. Carrie Williams, hair loss expert Dr. Yates, brand presentations by Ali K Naturals, curls and hair thickener. Also YouTube bloggers Black Onyx 77, Cassidy, and Shari J. Saturday, October 27th at the UVI Sports and Fitness Center, St. Thomas, and Sunday, October 28th at the St. George's Botanical Garden, St. Croix. Tickets are $15 in advance at Eccentric Shoe Boutique, Urban Threads, Share Ecstasy, Global Wholesale, and Stride Right St. Thomas. On St. Croix, Natural Expressions, Urban Threads, Eccentric Shoe Boutique, and Hair Unlimited. Sponsored by Scotiabank and Innovative Wireless.
PEO Production, in conjunction with WSTA Radio, presents
Decision 2012. Live video and live radio on WSTA Radio. You don't miss the candidates as they debate the issues live on radio and on the internet. Broadcast live on WSTA Radio October 9th, 10th, and 11th, beginning at 10 a.m. to 12 noon and from 12:30 until 2 p.m. Originating from the Wynwood Passage Hotel, hear the candidates' views that are running for the office of Delegate to Congress. Delegate Donna Christensen, Norma Picard Samuel, Warren Mosler, and Harlan Redfield. Senator-at-large candidates, Senator Craig Baxter and Wilmer Monsanto.
Senatorial candidates, Shirley Sadler, Cecilia Emanuel, Kent Bernier, Clarence Payne, Horace T. Brooks, Clifford Graham, Jeanette Millen Young, Myron Jackson, Stephen Smokey Fret, Paul Alexander, Alma Francis Heiliger, Sean Georges, Alvin Foy Sr., Tregenza Roach, Marvin Blyden, Donald Cole, Senator Sean Michael Malone, Lawrence Olive, and Joseph Wojo Gums.
live video streaming on Lucky13WSTA.com and FocusVI.com.
It's all live here on WSTA Radio. Brought to you in part by Furniture Inn, Innovative, Lisa Melchior, Megamix Production, T's Chicken Fry Restaurant, MDM Entertainment, Furniture Plus, Colormax, WSTA Radio, and IQ Events Group.
Decision 2012, bringing the candidates to you on primetime, live.
It's available now in select areas of St. Thomas and St. Croix. Crisp cable television, clear landline telephone calls, residential internet speeds up to 5 megabytes per second. It's time to continue the evolution. A brand new state-of-the-art telecommunications network. A whole new kind of communication. Visit an Innovative business office for details. Evo, continuing the evolution. Brought to you by Innovative.
2012 we no rap with home phone. You see we are cut card, everything wireless. When we are come out and we roll out, it's choice wireless.
No hesitation, choice make it wireless, real innovation. Cut card, save and join the choice nation. Choice keep your wireless everywhere you're flexing, unlimited text save. No contracts, keep your same phone number, same contacts. Home phone is no longer an answer. The mobile phone with a 3-month service, so don't get nervous. So make that choice, yeah. Cut the card. New smartphone, power up with choice, yeah. Virgin Islands, get your mobile device, go and make that choice, yeah. Cut the card, no limits, so come power up with choice, yeah. Make the card, no contracts, keep your freedom with choice, yeah.
Home phones are no longer innovative. Transfer your number to Choice Wireless and get a free cell phone and a free month of service. No contracts, no limit. Basically, cut the cord and save.
Wally, oh.
Furniture Inn is having a big red tag sale on all furniture and appliances. Early bird special, living room sets, dining room sets, bedroom sets, accessories for every room in the house, china cabinets, wall units, lamps, you name it, they have it. Everything's on sale. Mattresses, end tables, coffee tables, Furniture Inn, located in Lockhart Garden Shopping Mall, next to Kmart. Call 774-2583 and take advantage of Furniture Inn's Red Tag Early Bird Specials.
As we are living in the roughest economic times in Virgin Islands history,
It's important that we stick together and support our own.
it is important that we spend smarter.
In these times, we are forced to cut back.
Trim the fat.
Stay home a little more.
Spend a little smarter.
We live local, let's keep buying local.
Supporting local businesses creates jobs.
Ensures funding to aid our public schools.
And to keep our charitable organizations afloat.
Buying local helps you, helps me.
Helps the economy.
MDM, Music Digital Media, specializes in wedding photography and videography, video production, photography, live event streaming via internet, music production, graphic design, and digital prints. They also specialize in video production for live events with multi-camera setup. Visit their website today at www.mdm-ent.com or check them out on Facebook, MDM-ENTVI, or give them a call today. You can contact Jamie at 340-244-1217, Omari at 321-356-3258, or Cecil at 305-951-4211. MDM, Music Digital Media, digitizing your dreams.
T's Restaurant and Chicken Fry open 7 days a week, where you can enjoy fresh local cuisines such as boiled fish, shrimps, salmon balls, mutton, barbecue and stewed chicken, and a whole lot more, including the original chicken and French fries with all your sides and vegetables. Then step right over into Content Gaming and the Little Bar, where you can relax, chat, try your luck at Powerball, Sevens, Spinball, or whatever is your game of choice. T's Restaurant, Chicken Fry, and Content Gaming, located in Contact, right next to La Bambouche. Call 340-777-8102 or 340-774-2233. T's Restaurant, Chicken Fry, Content Gaming, and the Little Bar. Open 7 days a week for your convenience.
Be prepared this hurricane season and make sure you always have a backup plan. Get a wireless phone from Innovative to supplement your Innovative landline phone. Get a mobile internet device from Innovative to supplement your home DSL. You can never be too prepared. A reminder from Innovative.
It's the second annual I Am Beautiful Natural Hair
You work
Workshop
hard
and
to ensure
Expo
the best for
presented by
yourself,
Miss
your family,
Naturalista and the
loved
Department of
ones.
Tourism.
Sometimes this
This
can
hair
include
event
late
will be
nights, even
sizzling.
sleepless
There'll be
nights, and a
informative
lot of
workshops, hair
sacrifices.
demonstrations,
Well,
and
so does
scalp
that mugger.
analysis.
He's
hair
working
tips for
hard
relax
also.
and
The
natural
same late
beauties,
nights,
live henna
sleepless
art,
nights as
natural
well,
hair
to
products,
not only
and
take your
presentations from
valuables,
leaders in
but
the
in
natural
cases
hair
sad to
world,
admit,
including
also the
natural
lives of
hair care
yourself
celebrity
and those you're
Kim
working hard
Coles
to
from
protect
Living
and
Single,
provide for,
Miss Felicia
just to get what
Leatherwood,
he has
and
not
Dr.
worked
Carrie
for.
Williams,
At
hair
Global
loss
Training
expert Dr.
Enterprise,
Yates. It's the second annual I Am Beautiful Natural Hair Workshop and Expo presented by It's the second annual I Am Beautiful Natural Hair Workshop and Expo presented by Miss
PEO Production, in conjunction with WSTA Radio, presents
Decision 2012, live video, and live radio on WSTA Radio. You don't miss the candidates as they debate the issues live on radio and on the internet. Broadcast live on WSTA Radio October 9th, 10th, and 11th, beginning at 10 a.m. to 12 noon and from 12:30 until 2 p.m. Originating from the Wynwood Passage Hotel, hear the candidates' views that are running for the office of Delegate to Congress. Delegate Donna Christensen, Norma Picard Samuel, Warren Mosler, and Harlan Redfield. Senator-at-large candidates, Senator Craig Baxter and Wilmer Monsanto.
Senatorial candidates, Shirley Sadler, Cecilia Emanuel, Kent Bernier, Clarence Payne, Horace T. Brooks, Clifford Graham, Jeanette Millen Young, Myron Jackson, Stephen Smokey Fret, Paul Alexander, Alma Francis Heiliger, Sean Georges, Elvin Foy Sr., Tregenza Roach, Marvin Blyden, Donald Cole, Senator Sean Michael Malone, Lawrence Olive, and Joseph Wojo Gums.
Live video streaming on Lucky13WSTA.com and FocusVI.com.
It's all live here on WSTA Radio. Brought to you in part by Furniture Inn, Innovative, Lisa Melchior, Megamix Production, T's Chicken Fry Restaurant, MDM Entertainment, Furniture Plus, Colormax, WSTA Radio, and IQ Events Group.
Decision 2012, bringing the candidates to you on primetime, live.
You work hard to ensure the best for yourself, your family, and loved ones. Sometimes this includes late nights, even sleepless nights, and a lot of sacrifices. But so does that mugger. He's working hard also. The same late nights, sleepless nights as well, to not only take your valuables, but in cases sad to admit, also the lives of yourself and those you're working hard to protect and provide for, just to get what they have not worked for. A global training
PEO Production, in conjunction with WSTA Radio, presents
Decision 2012, live video and live radio on WSTA Radio. You don't miss the candidates as they debate the issues live on radio and on the internet. Broadcast live on WSTA Radio October 9th, 10th, and 11th, beginning at 10 a.m. to 12 noon and from 12:30 until 2 p.m. Originating from the Wynwood Passage Hotel, hear the candidates' views that are running for the office of Delegate to Congress. Delegate Donna Christensen, Norma Picard Samuel, Warren Mosler, and Harlan Redfield. Senator-at-large candidates, Senator Craig Baxter and Wilmer Monsanto.
Senatorial candidates, Shirley Sadler, Cecilia Emanuel, Kent Bernier, Clarence Payne, Horace T. Brooks, Clifford Graham, Jeanette Millen Young, Myron Jackson, Stephen Smokey Fret, Paul Alexander, Alma Francis Heiliger, Sean Georges, Elvin Foy Sr., Tregenza Roach, Marvin Blyden, Donald Cole, Senator Sean Michael Malone, Lawrence Olive, and Joseph Wojo Gums.
live video streaming on Lucky13WSTA.com and FocusVI.com.
It's all live here on WSTA Radio. Brought to you in part by Furniture Inn, Innovative, Lisa Melchior, Megamix Production, T's Chicken Fry Restaurant, MDM Entertainment, Furniture Plus, Colormax, WSTA Radio, and IQ Events Group.
Decision 2012, bringing the candidates to you on primetime, live. PEO Production, in conjunction with WSTA Radio, presents
Decision 2012, live video and live radio on WSTA Radio. You don't miss the candidates as they debate the issues live on radio and on the internet. Broadcast live on WSTA Radio October.
You work hard to ensure the best for yourself, your family, and loved ones. Sometimes this includes late nights, even sleepless nights, and a lot of sacrifices. But so does that mugger. He's working hard also. The same late nights, sleepless nights as well, to not only take your valuables, but in cases sad to admit, also the lives of yourself and those you're working hard to protect and provide for, just to get what they have not worked for. At Global Training Enterprise, we know this situation all too well. That's why we aim to provide the most proficient and realistic training to all our students, because at Global Training, it's where quality training matters, and your safety, security, and education is our highest priority. So we provide the best and full detailed firearm training and certification for business and homeowners, Also, we do extensive training for law enforcement officers and security agencies. You see, you never know when that mugger will attack, but based on your training, it can determine a life or death situation. Call Global Training today at 998-2421 or 690-7577 and let's get you trained, because quality training matters. You work hard to ensure the best for yourself, your family, and loved ones. Sometimes this includes late nights, even sleepless nights, and a lot of sacrifices. But so does that mugger. He's working hard also. The same late nights, sleepless nights as well, to not only take your valuables, but in cases sad to admit, also the lives of yourself and those you're working hard to protect and provide for, just to get what they have not worked for. At Global Training Enterprise, we know this situation all too well. That's why we aim to provide the most proficient and realistic training to all our students, because at Global Training, it's where quality training matters, and your safety, security, and education is our highest priority. So we provide the best and full detailed firearm training and certification for business and homeowners. Also, we do extensive training for law enforcement officers and security agencies. You see, you never know when that mugger will attack, but based on your training, it can determine a life or death situation. Call Global Training today at 998-2421 or 690-7577 and let's get you trained, because quality training matters. Zoom, zoom, zoom. It's not magic, it's engineering, fuel efficiency, and driving performance together. The all-new 2013 Mazda CX-5 with Skyactiv technology and the best highway mile per gallon of any SUV, including hybrids. Come and test drive one today. The 2013 models are now at John's Auto Center. Both front-wheel drive and all-wheel drive models are in stock. While there, see the 2012 Mazda 3 line with Skyactiv and 40 miles per gallon of gas. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Call us today, 774-8740. John's Auto Center, located Subbase, next to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Check them out today. Zoom. We've all been there, locked out, dead battery, or the worst, you need a tow. Vehicle ain't moving, or even worse than that, you were in an accident. Oh. Well, great to know that even at the worst of time, there is a respected and professional service provider that will turn that frown upside down. That service provider is Jimmy & Sons Towing and Recovery Service. Serving St. Thomas for over 36 years, and with both flatbed and record service trucks available, regardless of your size vehicle, they can assist you. At Jimmy & Sons Towing, the goal is to quickly, professionally, and safely get you recovered and back on track with life responsibilities. So when life hits that unexpected curve, you hit right back by punching those keys and calling Jimmy & Sons 715-3868. Just say habla español y muchas gracias, mi amigo. We've all been there, locked out, dead battery, or the worst, you need a tow. Vehicle ain't moving, or even worse than that, you were in an accident. Oh. Well, great to know that even at the worst of time, there is a respected and professional service provider that will turn that frown upside down. That service provider is Jimmy & Sons Towing and Recovery Service. Serving St. Thomas for over 36 years, and with both flatbed and record service trucks available, regardless of your size vehicle, they can assist you. At Jimmy & Sons Towing, the goal is to quickly, professionally, and safely get you recovered and back on track with life responsibilities. So when life hits that unexpected curve, you hit right back by punching those keys and calling Jimmy & Sons 715-3868. Just say habla español y muchas gracias, mi amigo.
PEO Production, in conjunction with WSTA Radio, presents
Decision 2012. Live video and live radio on WSTA Radio. You don't miss the candidates as they debate the issues live on radio and on the internet. Broadcast live on WSTA Radio October 9th, 10th, and 11th, beginning at 10 a.m. to 12 noon and from 12:30 until 2 p.m. Originating from the Wynwood Passage Hotel, hear the candidates' views that are running for the office of Delegate to Congress. Delegate Donna Christensen, Norma Picard Samuel, Warren Mosler, and Harlan Redfield. Senator at-large candidates, Senator Craig Baxter and Wilmer Monsanto.
Senatorial candidates, Shirley Sadler, Cecilia Emanuel, Kent Bernier, Clarence Payne, Horace T. Brooks, Clifford Graham, Jeanette Millen Young, Myron Jackson, Stephen Smokey Fret, Paul Alexander, Alma Francis Heiliger, Sean Georges, Elvin Foy Sr., Tregenza Roach, Marvin Blyden, Donald Cole, Senator Sean Michael Malone, Lawrence Olive, and Joseph Wojo Gums.
live video streaming on Lucky13WSTA.com and FocusVI.com.
It's all live here on WSTA Radio. Brought to you in part by Furniture Inn, Innovative, Lisa Melchior, Mega Mix Production, T's Chicken Fry Restaurant, MDM Entertainment, Furniture Plus, Colormax, WSTA Radio, and IQ Events Group.
Decision 2012, bringing the candidates to you on primetime, live. PEO Production, in conjunction with WSTA Radio, presents
Decision 2012. Live video and live radio on WSTA Radio. You don't miss the candidates as they debate the issues live on radio and on the internet. Broadcast live on WSTA Radio October 9th, 10th, and 11th, beginning at 10 a.m. to 12 noon and from 12:30 until 2 p.m. Originating from the Wynwood Passage Hotel, Delegate Donna Christensen, Norma Picard Samuel, Warren Mosler, and Harlan Redfield.
As we are living in the roughest economic times in Virgin Islands history, it's important that we stick together and support our own.
It is important that we spend smarter.
In these times, we are forced to cut back.
Trim the fat.
Stay home a little more.
Spend a little smarter.
We live local, let's keep buying local.
Supporting local businesses creates jobs.
Ensures funding to aid our public schools.
And to keep our charitable organizations afloat.
Buying local helps you,
Helps me.
Helps the economy.
as we are living in the roughest economic times in Virgin Islands history, it's important that we stick together and support our own.
It is important that we spend smarter.
In these times, we are forced to cut back.
Trim the fat.
Stay home a little more.
Spend a little smarter.
We live local, let's keep buying local.
Supporting local businesses creates jobs.
Ensures funding to aid our public schools.
And to keep our charitable organizations afloat.
Buying local helps you,
helps me,
helps the economy.
MDM, Music Digital Media, specializes in wedding photography and videography, video production, photography, live event streaming via internet, music production, graphic design, and digital prints. They also specialize in video production for live events with multi-camera setup. Visit their website today at www.mdm-ent.com or check them out on Facebook, MDM-ENTVI, or give them a call today. You can
afternoon. It's VI Decision 2012. Live video, live streaming on WSTA 1340 AM and on our websites, Lucky13, WSTA.com, FocusVI.com. And we want to welcome our listeners and our viewers. A chance for us to bring the candidates to you so they will be able to share with us their views on how they would lead these islands in the upcoming days ahead. Again, good afternoon. I'm Peter Ottley. I'll be your host. Panelists includes Liston Davis, former senator and educator, Dr. Leonard Richardson, former professor at Morgan State University and the University of the Virgin Islands, and Armando Rocky Liebert, former Senate president and educator. We want to welcome our candidates. They include candidate Tregenza Roach, attorney, Senator Sean Michael Malone, Senator Jeanette Millen Young, candidate Donald Cole, and candidate Myron Jackson. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to give all our super candidates a chance to, with a 2-minute presentation, introducing themselves, and we'll proceed. Let's start with candidate Tregenza Roach. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Peter, and good afternoon to everyone here, to my fellow candidates, the panelists, to everyone in the listening audience. My name is Tregenza Roach, and this will be the third time that I'm running. I ran for the first time in 2008, and I basically ran because I was not satisfied with the state of our leadership. And I believe that if you live in a place, if you love it, if you intend for it to be your home, and if you believe that you can contribute to the formation of good public policy, then you have an obligation to come forward. I am an attorney, having been a member of the Virgin Islands Bar from 1991. I'm also on the adjunct faculty at the University of the Virgin Islands. I tell everyone that I am a proud product of the public schools of the Virgin Islands, and that is why education is a particular passion for me. I believe myself to be uniquely qualified to seek a seat in the legislature, having prepared with studies in marketing, public relations, journalism, and in law, and having worked principally in the public and private sectors in the Virgin Islands, but with some experience on the mainland as well. My platform, as I indicated, stresses education. And there are multiple approaches to the education component of my platform. I believe that we should provide greater access to the university, to our students in the Virgin Islands. We don't really talk about the fact that it is now predominantly female, the student body, by almost 78%. And I also believe the university should play a greater role in public education. Of course, the great demands for energy and the increasing costs for it here, that is a significant factor in the lives of Virgin Islanders as well as in businesses, also comprises a part of my platform. I look forward to the conversation this afternoon and for the stimulating conversation I hope we'll have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our second introduction and person, Senator Sean Michael Malone. Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon, Peter, and good afternoon to you, the panelists, and my colleagues on the panel, and to the WSTA listening audience. Again, my name is Sean Michael Malone. I am number 23. I'm a Democratic candidate for a seat in the 30th legislature. I am serving my 5th term, and I'm seeking a 6th. And I bring to the job a myriad of experiences that comprise of both my work in the federal and local levels in government, as well as in the private sector. Of course, most recently, 9.5 years of work as a member of the legislature of the Virgin Islands, and working with our delegate to Congress prior to that, serving here in the district. This is one of the most difficult and important elections that the territory has seen in recent history. And this is because of the state of the world economy, what's going on locally, in terms of avoiding certain types of leadership in certain levels, and the challenges we have in connecting our people to the opportunities and to bringing them through a difficult period. I offer myself once again to be one of those 7 in the district and one of 15 in the territory in the first branch to continue shedding light on issues, leading, and bringing people closer to the opportunities that we create on a daily basis. We have accomplished many things. I have a very good track record in the legislature. I'm very proud of my work, both in the Senate as well as in the community, and I'm asking once again for the support of the people of this territory to continue electing honest leadership who's committed to getting the job done. Again, I'm Sean Michael Malone, number 23, and I look forward to today's discussion on the issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next presenter, Senator John, Senator John, Jeanette Millen Young.
Thank you, Peter. I guess you think I fight like a boy. My name is not John. My name is Jeanette Millen Young, and I'm very happy to be here to do what I do best, which is to come to the public and tell you about my stance on the issues. But at the moment, I know you want to find out a little bit more about me. I am number 9 on your ballot, and this is me finishing up my first term. While many people think I've been there for a long time, I am just now serving a year and 10 months in the Virgin Islands legislature, and in that very short tenure, I believe I've offered much as the Senate Education Chair. I've gone around to the schools, I've seen what's going on, and as a result of that, you will find that this next fiscal year budget is very replete with monies for scholarships and maintenance for the schools, and hopefully, because of the policies that we've created over the last year and 10 months, the schools are better equipped to serve our students. The background that I bring here is the many years that I've served in a host of community-oriented organizations, such as Chamber, such as the Rotary Club, such as my sorority, Delta Sigma Theta sorority, such as Girl Scouts, Humane Society, you name it. I have been a member of several organizations, and I have stepped up into leadership positions, which have prepared me, I believe, very well for the position that I serve right now, because it has taught me about parliamentary procedure. It has taught me how to work along with colleagues in a situation that sometimes is difficult, because in community service, it is often very difficult to get consensus. And I'm very proud to have been able to have served in a majority in which consensus has been built, whether it was minority, majority, even with the administration and the delegate. I believe I've done a good job of working as a team player. My name again is Jeanette Millen Young, number 9 on your ballot.
Thank you, Senator Millen Young. Our next candidate, Mr. Donald Cole. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Peter. Good afternoon to the members sitting here, the panel, people of the Virgin Islands listening and viewing audience. My name is Donald Cole, Democratic candidate, number 24 on your ballot, seeking a seat in the 30th legislature. As I offer myself again to serve the people of the Virgin Islands, I bring with me a wealth of experience. I've worked in the legislature for 18 years under 10 different presidents. I served elected terms for 2 years, the 23rd, 2 terms, 23rd and the 24th legislature. I've worked as a school teacher at Alida Cancrine Junior High School. I taught American history, Caribbean history. I taught as a night school. In a night school, I taught Caribbean history. A night school. I serve as the Assistant Director for Libraries, Archives, and Museums, and I'm currently a retired employee. I offer myself because my body of work as a public servant speaks for itself. And I do believe that the years that I have served this government and what I have done productively gives me an opportunity to serve. And is that experience that I will draw upon in the legislature to craft legislation that I believe is going to help the people of the Virgin Islands. I also serve as the chairman of the Public Services Commission, and some people believe that's a bad thing. It's a volunteer position, unpaid, made some critical decisions. I think that's one of the most difficult positions I've held as a volunteer in this government. And my work on that commission speaks for itself. Time doesn't permit me, and I hope throughout this debate, questions will be put to me dealing with that issue, because it's very sensitive to me, and the people of the Virgin Islands are suffering in terms of the high cost of electricity. So my panelists challenge me. Thank you very much. Donald Cole, number 24 on the ballot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole. Candidate Myron Jackson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Peter. Good afternoon to the panelists, my fellow candidates, fellow audience, and the people of the Virgin Islands. My name is Myron Jackson. I'm your Democratic candidate, number 33 on the ballot. Most of my life has been spent centered around service. I grew up in a small business with my family. And from a very young age, service above self was the rule. I attended school here. I attended Parsons School of Design. And I returned to the Department of Conservation and Cultural Affairs after graduation. I've been part of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for over 32 years in various capacities as a senior planner, graphic artist, starting as a graphic artist, senior planner, and then I became the director for the State Historic Preservation Office, and then my last post was the Virgin Islands Cultural Heritage Institute. Much of my engagement in this community has been centered around long-range planning, community development, culture, and the preservation of our cultural resources. I feel that with those talents, I bring a new approach to policy making here in the territory, and I'm going to use my talents, once elected, to do just that and to address many of the critical issues facing our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, we got to say good afternoon, and we got to just say thank you to our super sponsors. Decision 2012, brought to you live on radio, WSTA 1340, and our websites, Lucky13WSTA.com and FocusVI.com. Brought to you by Innovative, Color Max, Furniture Plus, IQ Events, T's Restaurant, MDM Inc., John's Auto Center, Global Training Enterprises, Jimmy & Sons, Choice Wireless, Frontline Systems, KB Financial Group, and Ms. Lisa Melchior. Again, we want to say thanks to our sponsors. The first question will go to Senator Jeanette Millen-Young, and the first panelist to ask the question will be Mr. Liston Davis.
Pleasant good afternoon to the candidates as well as the /candidate incumbents. I know this has been a very difficult year for the 29th legislature in terms of fiscal issues. The budget, 2012 budget, needs to be balanced. 2013 budget needs to be balanced, and the governor sent down some pieces of legislation that he wants implemented or amended to the budget that will balance the budget. Night differential, suspending night differential for employees, changing the ratio of the contribution to the insurance. I think it's 60-40, as well as having semi-autonomous or autonomous agencies pay for the entire health insurance for the employees. I want your position on those areas in which I have just mentioned in order to balance the budget.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to follow exactly what was your question on the balanced budget, whether it's balanced. And the question is, yes, we, as the 29th legislature, submitted a balanced budget to the governor because he says it's not balanced. Doesn't mean it's not balanced. He used the same figure this year that he used that he used last year, which was $15 million. I disagree. I believe that we did the best that we could with what we had. Regarding my position on the night differential and all the other enabling legislation that he sent down, which I thought would be balancing this particular budget on the backs of the rank and file employees of a Virgin Islands legislature, those pieces of legislation ended up where they needed to be, in the trash. We did not act upon them because it was just not a fair thing to do. Our government employees, especially our first responders who deal with working in the night when most of us are sleeping in our homes very comfortably, that's what it is a night differential. The word says it, differential. The word incentive is another self-explanatory word. So it just would not have been a fair thing to do to balance the budget on their backs. I believe we did an awesome job as a legislature in submitting a balanced budget to the governor, which he signed, something that he did not do last year because he didn't think we had balanced the budget. So the budget year, of course, in all essence and practicality, begins and ends in October, and we also have the entire year and a whole lot of new, fresh blood coming into the legislature that have promised to find lots of revenue. So we'll be fine. $50 million, chump change.
Thank you.
So your position is that the budget is balanced?
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question will go to candidate Myron Jackson and our panelist, Dr. Leonard Richardson, will ask the question.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson.
Good afternoon.
And welcome.
Dr. Richardson.
And to the persons listening and viewing, we say welcome. From the pages of literature, these are the best of times and the worst of times. Charles Dickens, incidentally. Do you agree or disagree as it pertains to the Virgin Islands? If yes, why? If no, why not?
I would agree with that statement. In fact, I use it often. Yes, these are the worst of time and the best of times. Given the many issues confronting us, especially with global crisis relating to the economy that's adversely affected, high cost of fuel, high cost of food, reduction of the quality of life of our people in so many facets, especially as it relates to their the economy, their ability, their buying power. I would say that these are also the best of times in that for the Virgin Islands, we live in a unique part of the world, and we are blessed with these natural resources and these islands. I've traveled extensively, and there are very few societies that have the assets that we have as a community. Given our size, that's a plus, even though some may see it as a curse in reference to where they would like us to go. We should use the resources and the talents for a small territory. If you look at the contributions of Virgin Islanders throughout the world, for a small territory the size of these three islands and surrounding keys, we have produced great individuals who have contributed to the world society in many facets. So yes, I believe these are the worst of times and the best of times, and I think we should take what's good and build on it and fix what's wrong.
Thank you very much. The next question goes to candidate Tregenza Roach. Your question will be from our panelist, Mr. Liber.
Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon to the candidates and listening audience, viewing audience. Mr. Roach, what would you say is the greatest problem that we face in the territory? And what would be your suggestions or solutions to address it, if possible, if you're elected as a member of the legislature?
Thank you, Senator Labor. I think it is probably an easy thing to think about crime, drugs in our society. Violence certainly tops the list. Energy, what we're paying to power our homes, costs that are resulting in businesses closing. It probably would be easy to say that the most important and pressing problem is one of those. But I think as I go around the community and I listen to people and I engage persons at their doorstep, on the street, some I don't even engage, they come up and engage me, and they talk about how totally disgusted they are with the state of our public life. I witness and I hear their statements about people who have lost trust in probably every public official, people who do not believe that the government is seriously addressing in meaningful ways the affairs of their future, and that they don't have access to information which would lead them to understand how government is working on their behalf. I think those people who are going to be elected in November, no matter how much we talk about how many persons are running, some set of people will win. And I think the real challenge before those people will be to conduct the public business in a way that restores some confidence and some trust in our government. Because no matter what the problems are, if people do not believe in the types of approaches we take to address them, if people do not believe in the words that come from our mouth with regard to the public finances and with regard to how we see the future, then we will continue to wallow in the kinds of problems that we have at present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question goes to Senator Sean Michael Malone and former Senator Liston Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Master Ceremonies. I had a question, but I think it may have been preempted partially by candidate Roach's response. And that question would have been this. There are so many candidates running. And my question would have been, and you can answer it, the reason why so many are running. Is it because of the stinging audit of the legislature? Is it because of 6905? Or is it because the people have lost faith in our leaders and the running of government in general?
Sean Michael Malone, number 23. Good question. And if I had the opportunity to meet and get to know every single candidate to find out why they're running, I would be able to answer that very accurately. But we can assume that, like in every election that we have for the Senate, we have a number of people who always running. I've never seen, this is a lot, but I think when I first ran in 2002, there were 34 candidates for the Senate. So to me, I don't see that alarming increase in interest in the Senate. I think one of the motivations may be that you have 4 and now 5 as a result of the primary, 5 open seats in the district, and before then 4. So of course the chances of those who have been seeking office in the past seem a lot better in getting elected this time, because I have to say many of them have sought office more than once. On this panel we have 2 of them actually who have sought office more than once before. So it's a better chance for them to get elected and for them to give back in the way they see fit in terms of providing the leadership they think that's needed in concert with others elected to do the job. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to expound a bit on voter or the citizens' lack of faith and trust in government. And it's something, I'm sitting in the legislature, I see a lot of it as well. I'm just as frustrated. I'm only one vote. I'm one member of the legislature. I do things and have done things to lay the groundwork to curb government corruption. I have a bill that I'm drafting right now. It's very comprehensive and it's not easy to bring. We have to work a lot more in detail with it. Comprehensive ethics legislation, which we do not have in the code, that will govern the way public officials and both elected and appointed conduct themselves in government. That's very much needed, and I expect the support of my colleagues once, if I'm given the opportunity to serve again, to do so. So we do have a lot of, we do have, oh, my time is up. I will expound some more, Senator Davis, when I have a chance to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question goes to candidate Donald Cole and our panelist, Dr. Leonard Richardson. Your question.
To whom?
Candidate Cole.
Oh. Former Senator Cole, former teacher. You've had the experience of working in the classroom, in the social sciences area. You've had the experience of working with the Public Service Commission, rates increases, decreases. You've had the experience of being the person most responsible for keeping the records, the chief researcher at the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Of those three positions I've cited, which one do you feel, do you think, best serves our people, and why?
Donald Cole, number 24 on your ballot. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Loaded question.
Thank you.
My job as a teacher, basically provide education. And there's a saying, teachers mold the future. We have them in our hands. When I taught in the classroom, I tried to impart knowledge and understanding of the form of government in which we live. We live in a Republican form of government, representative, and trying to get my students to understand their role as a citizen in this form of government. In the legislature, the ability to research and provide information for decision making was a great one. It taught me a lot and led me into a field of research. And the Public Services Commission is one of the most difficult positions that I've held voluntarily. Because for every decision that I had to make along with my colleagues affected the lives and continue to affect the lives of the people of the Virgin Islands. Very difficult. And we are fighting with the cost of electricity at this point in time, and knowledge, understanding of the regulatory process where we sit as quasi-judicial entities. We sit as judges examining facts. It is very difficult to disseminate facts when it's clouded with emotions. That is very difficult, and that's one of the most difficult part of the job. That one, for me, continued to be perplexed, but I believe entering the legislature, if the people give me a chance to be there, I am equipped to understand the nuances of the regulatory process and will be able to assist my colleagues in continue to get WAPA to bring these rates down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next question will be directed to Senator Millen Young and Senator Liber.
Thank you, Peter. Senator Young, you are the chair of education. You know, we still hear schools are not ready, a normal thing that you hear every year. Classrooms, a lot of teachers missing, a lot of them sent, paraprofessional called them back, a lot of substitute. When you look at your tenure as the chair of education, what would you say has been your most proudest moment or proudest initiative that you have done for education?
Well, thank you for the question. I believe that as chair of education, I also chair youth and culture, and my greatest accomplishment has been the reestablishment of the Youth Commission, and that's something that I continue to push because along with education, we also need social programs and other vocational programs for our young people, and this, once it's up and going and the administration gets the different recommendations for names and it comes down to the legislature, we'll have board members to create a sort of a program for the Youth Commission. Within education itself, I always take the opportunity to explain to people that there is a difference between what an oversight Senate committee does, what the Department of Education does, which is an executive function, and it actually deals with the day-to-day affairs of the Department of Education, and what the Board of Education is there for. I often hear people calling on the Senate for everything, but I'm here and I've been discussing with the Board of Education to empower them to be more of that oversight group that they ought to be. In the states, you have school boards that deal with the day-to-day affairs of the superintendent and the principals and the teachers. So we want to have, and I've done that through oversight hearings over the past year and 10 months, is to figure out what are the actual roles of the Department of Education, that they take it seriously, and they have. It's not all bad. As a matter of fact, in my last oversight hearing, we heard from the Department of Education as to how they have been hands-on, especially with the infrastructure and the maintenance of the schools, et cetera. The curriculum is important. The curriculum is there, but if the students are not comfortable, they're not in the best position to learn. So my accomplishment has been to provide much oversight, to discuss with the department and the board how we can make the Department of Education a stronger force for our young people in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next question goes to candidate Myron Jackson and Senator Liston Davis. Your question.
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator. Government restructuring. I believe, and this is my personal opinion, that of the 50 states and 50 governors and territories, our governors, not necessarily this one, has a tremendous amount of power. And I believe that we ought to look carefully at limiting some of the powers of the governor. For example, the governor is a member of a board or boards in which he appoints the members. And he becomes the chairman of the board. Do you expect members of the board to go against the governor? I think it is a very serious problem that require looking at the laws or the codes and making some revision. What's your opinion on that, Mr. Jackson?
Well, you illustrated examples of where the relationship between the executive and the various boards and commission may conflict. And I would say that if the governor's authority exceeds what it was intended with the creation of the act that gave us an elected governor, then we should revise the powers and duties of the executive branch. I would say that, yes, at times there will be conflicts between boards and commissions because, yes, he appoints, and in some cases the legislative branch approves those members of those boards and commission, and the legislative branch also has a responsibility for checks and balances to make sure that those agencies and entities are properly run on behalf of the people and for the legislation that governs them. So I think it's twofold. Not only the governor, but also the legislative branch has a responsibility to follow its function. That's my answer.
Thank you very much. Our next question goes to candidate Tregenza Roach. Dr. Richardson, your question.
Again, good afternoon, Mr. Roach.
Good afternoon.
Again, from the pages of literature, where you've been hearing much about transparencies, and we've been hearing much about disclosures. From the pages of literature, a very famous and popular illustration was entitled The Emperor's New Clothes. Alas, to our discovery, we found out that he was naked. Only a few people saw that he was. The tailors made off with most of the money, weaving cloth out of gold and silver. The poor people could not see it. They went in the streets and rejoiced that things are going well, that the emperor has new clothes. Do you find a similar situation here with us, with specific reference to the cost of living, specific reference to energy, specific reference to such things as our health care, our insurance? I know it's a pretty much impacting question, but you are capable.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
You're most welcome, sir.
I think that there are probably periods in our history when people were inclined not to see that the emperor was naked. Mm-hmm. But I think we have passed that point. Okay. I think people are really, really hurting. It is clear, it is evident, the frustration levels in our society sometimes are frightening with regard to what the question before about whether this is the worst and the best of times almost makes you wonder if the worst has come as yet.
Yes.
And I think people do not hesitate to say that the emperor doesn't have on any clothes because they are really, really hurting on every level of our society. You go into our supermarkets and you bemoan the absence of any consumer protection. My own mother this year had a cataract surgery. The first thing they called her from the hospital was to let her know how much it would cost and what her copay would be. We ended up leaving and having it done in Miami, and her copay was less than what it cost us to travel there and get the procedure done, and she was coming back in a few days reading. And so there's no question that people are rising up. They are marching, they are protesting in ways that we have not seen before, and that is because they are confronting real pain on many, many levels, and I don't think that they will stand for this much longer. I think people are going to be very, very demanding of their elected leadership. They are going to look for the integrity, the compassion, the commitment that people promise. And I believe that they're going to ensure that the changes that we promise do come about. I look forward to more active participation in government and in setting public policy on the part of our people.
Thank you very much. The next question goes to Senator Sean Michael Malone. Senator Liber.
Thank you, Peter. Senator, there's been a lot of talk about an issue that I know you're familiar with. I hear it in my hometown all the time. They say you're working on a program to address the tax issue. I'd like you to put on record how have you gone about it, what it is, and where they are, so that the residents in St. John in particular are listening and they can understand where have you gone, because it's a complex issue.
Yes.
And so, please, tell us about it.
Thank you for the question, Senator Liebert. The property tax issue in particular,
yes.
Right? In the, I think the 27th legislature, I was one of the primary co-sponsors of legislation to ease the pain that we attempted to ease the pain that our residents will pay with property tax increases as a result of high evaluations done by Bearing Points in 2005 when the property values went sky high. So what it did, it would have provide a number of incentives for senior citizens and veterans, and cap pretty much what they would pay in terms of the high cost of, if the value went up to a certain amount, over a certain amount, then you would only pay a capped amount. That was done in the interim while the courts were grappling with the property tax litigation brought on by Mr. Byrne and a class action with others like Bluebird's Castle and others. Now that now we're done with that and the delegate has lifted the cap in the Congress, the Virgin Islands can now bring its own property tax structure, and at that time, so now I think we're ready to do so. This term has been ripe with a number of controversy and crises, but really more crises with Hovensa's loss. We had to focus and pivot and shift and trying to keep people working and the economy moving. So in the next legislature, there will be legislation to finally address our property tax issue, and what I am proposing is legislation similar to what's done in parts of California and Florida, where if you are the owner of the property, your property tax will be capped at 2.5% increase, no more than that much. And only if you sell outside your family, so your brother, your sister, your children, nephew, whomever, any relative, will not suffer from high increases due to anyone around you or near you because they build a nice $1 million house. You will not feel the impact of the valuations, increased evaluations next to you. So that's a good protection for the people of the territory. I'm very excited about bringing that proposal.
Thank you very much. Our last question in this segment goes to candidate Donald Cole and Senator Liston Davis. It's your question.
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator. I have so many questions, I have to select this one carefully. And you know he's going to have to deal with the PSC and LEAC. This morning I listened to a very interesting press conference. And the press conference focused primarily on rebutting an article in the Daily News, whether the figures were accurate or inaccurate. But the thing that drew my attention was a comment that was made by Mr. Hodge, that the LEAC is used to pay 90% of the fuel costs. And my question is, which is pretty high, 90%, that means basically that the WAPA is not taking any kind of responsibility in observing some of the costs for the purchase of fuel. And so my question is whether or not you believe that the consumer should bear 90% of the cost. In addition to that, he implied that a 2 or 3% is also used to fund other operational endeavors with WAPA. It makes me believe that it's somewhat misleading that the LEAC is used primarily for the purchase of fuel, when in essence is also used for other purposes. And I want to get your take on it, since you're the LEAC guru, that I don't think it is fair that the consumers has to burden 90% of the fuel cost. What's your response on that?
Donald Cole, number 24 on your ballot. The LEAC component of your bill goes directly to pay for fuel. I'll repeat that. The LEAC component of the bill goes directly to pay for fuel. I'll give you an example. When you go to the gas station to put fuel in your car, you put 20 gallons of fuel in your car. The cost of that fuel is given, the money you take out of your pocket is given to the proprietor of that gas station. When WAPA sends a bill and he bifurcates, they split the bill in two. You have a base rate that goes to take care of all of WAPA's debt. The lines, the trucks, the salary, the insurance, that is the base rate. That is what you see as the consumption on your bill. That's WAPA's money. The LEAC is the cost of the fuel. And every penny that they collect from the LEAC goes to pay HES. Just like you purchase fuel for your car. There are three components within the LEAC. The cost of fuel, which is 80%. The under recovery And it's going to take some time to get this done, because I need the public to truly understand the under-recovery and the regulatory costs that goes on. The under-recovery is fuel costs that WAPA already paid for that they haven't collected. Let's assume that the LEAC was set at $100 a barrel. And during that 3-month period, the price rose to $120 a barrel. The under-recovery that WAPA has paid for hasn't been billed to the consumer. So within that under-recovery is that $20 a barrel difference that WAPA has already paid for, but now has to be paid over a 9-month period, because you cannot, as a commissioner of the public services, you cannot hit the people. You can't afford to pay it. So we spread it out over a 9-month period. But there are basically 3 components of the LEAC: the cost of the fuel, the regulatory, and the under-recovery. We just had a $40 million, oh, time.
You could have finished.
Well,
okay.
You could wrap up, because I will come back.
Yeah, we come back.
Okay.
If today I can explicate this whole issue, it will be a good thing.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, we're live on Lucky 13, WSTA VI Decision 2012. Live radio, live streaming on WSTA 1340 AM on our websites, Lucky13, WSTA.com, FocusVI.com. Our super sponsors include Innovative, ColorMax, Furniture Plus, IQ Events, T's Restaurant, MDM Inc., Choice Wireless, Jimmy and Sons, Global Training Enterprise, John's Auto, and Frontline Systems, KB Financial Group, and Lisa Melchior. To all our super sponsors, we want to say thank you very much. The second round, we always ask our panel, let's pump it up. A lot of issues to cover, not enough time. But the second round, again, in the same format, we will go to, first question goes to Senator Jeanette Millen Young. And Dr. Richardson, it's your question.
Good afternoon, Senator Young.
Good afternoon.
It is a pleasure to have you here with us.
Thank you very much.
To our viewing and listening audience and to our constituents. As you said, your voice, your advocate, and your senator and the lover of a proud Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
When I consider, for example, all of the things that we have gone through, both in terms of energy, both in terms of what people refer to as transparency, disclosures, and all of that. It seems to me, in the final analysis, that it all boils down to what the senator, a prospective senator, would do. You know, I have to give a little brief intro. There's a very interesting reading that's called Plato's Republic. There's also another one that's entitled Aristotle's Poetics. The question I raise is, who should rule? Should it be the philosopher king? Should it be the aristocracy? Should it be the common man? Looking at the social stratification that we have, the rich, the poor, the middle, the working, how do you find this to be equitable for us, given this capitalistic society and system that we have? Is it or is it not? And if so, how? If not, why not?
I smile. The system of government that we have today here in the United States, Virgin Islands, is representative government. And so when people ask for less representation in terms of when they ask for less senators, that's when you would take away that representative outlook from this government that we have. Most people expect their senator, and that's the role. I'm so happy that you remember that I'm your advocate and your voice, because that's what I do. I talk to my constituents, I talk to family, I always get advice. And so whenever you see me, because I can only speak for me on the floor, and I deliberate, it's a deliberative process, and everybody doesn't deliberate. So I show that on the floor.
I'm sorry.
And I show it by when I'm going to cast my vote, explain to you exactly what my thought process is, because I think it is very important. Sure. And so aristocrats, prophets, philosophers have no place in this government, but representatives have a place. And that's why, again, we talk about binding referendums, etc. You have 15 representatives, and perhaps maybe you should have more, because if you have less, you have more corruption. You have more power in less hands. I believe that in the committee process, which this type of legislature has, is very important. And you'll often hear me say things like, make motions to send a measure back to committee for more deliberation, because the vetting process is important, as we only have one house. It's only us in Nebraska. Everybody else has 2 houses. So we vote, we send on to the governor, he can veto. If he vetoes, it comes back to us. So we are about being a representative government, and we need more representatives who think that way. Thank you so much for the question.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Our next question goes to candidate Myron Jackson. Senator Liebert.
Thank you, Peter. Mr. Jackson, GRS has been in the topic for quite some time, and I'm sure you're a member of GRS.
Yes, I am.
But GRS comes in a time when it needs a little help, probably a whole lot of help. What are your thoughts on GRS and some of the new proposals? I don't know if you probably haven't seen them yet, but the proposals are changing the tier, they're changing some of the benefit packages. What are your thoughts about GRS for the thousands of folks who depend on GRS daily? Going into the Senate, what do you see that you might be able to help effectuate some change?
Thank you for the question. There is no question that we need legislative reform for GRS. And yes, I am a member. When it was created, the designers of that entity considered the welfare of a community that at that time did not have Social Security. Things have changed, and today we're faced with the issue, can GRS continue to be solvent? There's been a legislation in the past that has affected the ability of GRS to operate and manage effectively in terms of the best financial decisions for the system. And I will work with my colleagues to support the necessary reforms for the GRS system, and also to make sure that the membership who benefit from the GRS, their benefits are protected, and likewise the newcomers into the GRS system have fair equity in the system as well.
Thank you. The next question will go to candidate Tregenza Roach. Senator Davis, your question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Modified.
Moderator.
Moderator, not modified.
Modifier. What is that? Table adverbial.
Using a phrase from my good friend here, where he says the emperor has clothing on, and you're not too sure.
Right. Emperor's new clothes.
Yeah, I would say that the emperor's clothes needs to be changed now. And in regards to that change, and I want your opinion on an issue that bothers me, the high unemployment in the territory. Prior to Juventus closing or demise, whichever way, unemployment was extremely high. I believe, is about 9 to 10% now. How can we address the unemployment situation, reducing it and creating employment that will address the unemployment issue?
Well, when I look around and I interact with a lot of craftspeople on the islands of St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, and you will be absolutely amazed at the types of products that people are producing that have really no market beyond our shores, really. Some of them are utilizing the internet to expand sales, etc. And so I believe the part of the employment challenge is to change the way that we think about our livelihood and our approach to making a livelihood. Some of us who work for the government, we begin our first day thinking about how many more years we have before we retire. The countdown begins when we arrive in government service. And I think we have to change that paradigm. I think we have to support an entrepreneurial spirit in our people that is present. It has been present. We come from cultures of people who were independent, who created goods that they did not have access to. And sometimes when we think about the hopelessness that exists in our society, it makes me wonder often if we have forgotten who we were. We were not a people who depended on others to create opportunities for us. We created opportunities for ourselves. And I think we have to examine the ways in which we can return to that spirit, that we can encourage the thousands of people who make products from the natural environment in their homes, while we continue to believe that the only way we can procure goods and services may be through outlets like the supermarket, etc. I was very pleased to see the young lady, Miss Patricia Rogers, who is starting the egg farm in the territory. And I believe that that's the way to go, to look at the tremendous amount of goods and services that we import here and to give support to persons who are in the process of helping to deliver those services in our home.
Thank you very much. Next question will go to Senator Sean Michael Malone. Dr. Richardson, your question.
Senator Malone, you have been, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Very well. I heard no response, so I was.
I can hear you, yes.
Very well, thank you. You know, I'm accustomed to having response from the students. A little levity to the area. There are several things that concern us very, very much. The people, the grassroots, the poor, the indigent. And one of those things would be whether or not, in your opinion, we are getting what we can, should, and perhaps must get from the federal government, since we are unincorporated territory. And I'm not necessarily dwelling or dealing on the status issue, but it encompasses that. Or whether or not we should continue with hat in hand on a sort of begging sojourn, or whether or not we should move in the direction of saying such things as we want to be separated, over, and done with. Now, I'm saying that because many persons confuse the issues, and I do not believe that you are one who does confuse the issue. What do you think should be done in terms of our inability, seemingly, to move forward in terms of financially? It's a worldwide problem. Should we continue to go to the bond market to borrow? Be careful of your response. There's a line from the pages of literature which says, neither a borrower nor lender be, for borrowing oft times dulls the edge of husbandry, which means you cannot take care of your own affairs. What do you think our position ought to be?
That's it's a loaded question too, of course,
yes,
Dr. Richardson. And it is a matter of how we view ourselves as people who can fend for ourselves. Now, what I mean by that is we have to empower our people to be more self-reliant. That's how I like to look at it. We have a very intelligent people here, talented people that are not being guided or even supported, as indicated in the responses to some questions here today. Our government needs to do more, or leadership, in connecting our people with the opportunities that exist. And what do I mean by that? $4 billion is generated in this territory annually. And a lot of that doesn't go to many people who are from the Virgin Islands, who live here working every day. You have programs and agencies that my office discovers, and we try our best to share the information with people. I find that a lot of my work is helping people find their way with programs that currently exist, from workforce training, programs to funding to go to UVI, okay, and other things to empower people to become more reliant, as is the case in Anguilla, which is that exact comparison because they're kind of independent, and say BVI, where people are more empowered to do more for themselves. This would then limit our reliance on the federal government somewhat. While we do have that current situation, we do have to make a stronger case to the federal government as it relates to the living wage issue. It's a big one, which would affect the level of federal funding we do receive. I've spoken with our congresswoman on a number of occasions, and she's tried to fight to get these things done, but they are hell-bent on this issue of the census number. It is important that as leaders, and I encourage people, it is not dangerous for a person who's not a citizen to be counted by the census. They don't lock you up or put you away if you have a census issue. So if we get more numbers, then we can affect the living wage issue and affect the number of dollars received to support our people.
Thank you. Our next question goes to candidate Donald Cole. Senator Liber.
Thank you, Peter. Senator Cole.
Yes, sir.
You know, we have all the plans in the world for projects, etc., and how we're going to fix this government. But it requires money. And one of the functions is revenue producing, bringing in revenue. What are your thoughts on revenue generation? You've been there, you understand what it's all about. And what new type of revenue that you can see on the horizon that can make this community better?
Thank you, Senator Liber. A stronger economy and a more effective government, more efficient government. I was a member of the legislature when we set up the microcredit loan program. My thing is access to capital. We must have access to capital. We have set up a government development bank and doesn't fund the government development bank. We set up the microcredit loan program and put $500,000 in it. But that's our access to capital because we don't have access to the big banks. It's incumbent on the legislature, when that budget comes down, in the allocation of the scarce resources that we have, to sit down collectively and fund the government development bank, fund the microcredit loan program. And what would that do? My colleagues have spoken about spurring small businesses. Mr. Rhodes spoke to the fact that this entrepreneurial spirit that exists here, we used to be able to do that and have no access to market. We have to do that, and it has to be done legislatively. We speak of the fact that the governor this and the governor that. The most powerful branch of this government is the legislature. 10 members of the legislature can run this government if we pass a truly balanced budget based on verifiable receipts. And we must be able to do that. We cannot consistently go into session, pass a budget, set a budget ceiling at $100 million, and next week come back and appropriate another $20 million, and you know that, and then turn the power over to the governor and the budget director, and then say the governor. You have to control the purse strings of the government. I'm saying fund the microcredit loan program, fund the government development bank. Check any entity, check the Caribbean islands. How do they get entrepreneurial spirit? Access to capital. You must do it. And the legislature must set that policy. We're going to carve out a portion of this budget, $10, $15 million. We're going to give it to the government development bank. We're going to give it to the microcredit loan program and have our people having access to capital.
Thank you very much. Again, we're live on radio, live streaming. VI Decision 2012. live on WSTA 1340 and our websites lucky13wsta.com and focusvi.com. We want to thank our great sponsors: Innovative, ColorMax, Furniture Plus, IQ Events, T's Restaurant, MDM Inc., Frontline Systems, KB Financial Group, Miss Lisa Moorhead, John's Auto, Global Training Enterprises, Jimmy and Sons, and Choice Wireless. Our questions from the panelists could be followed up by explanation when we, or a follow-up question for if it's not completed, okay? We're going to start again, and we go back to Senator Jeanette Millen Young. You have your question from Senator Davis.
Thank you again. You know, when I was a boy growing up, someone was in the hospital and they were very sick. They used to say, oh, that person is dying because they're getting life water. Well, today life water is really an IV. And what this government need is a quick transfusion of life water. Be it as may, let me ask this question. Tourism. I noticed in the papers that the figures were somewhat down for many reasons. It didn't mention specifically except spending and so on. Our tourism product is in jeopardy. Our infrastructure needs to be improved. Roads are congested, byways, highways, crossroads, track roads, even the guts. You can see it in the tourists' faces that it's quicker for them to walk to the docks than to take a taxi or a safari. Lack of adequate public transportation, causing many of them to remain on board. My question is to Ms. Senator Young. What is your position on the implementation of water taxi?
I understand that most people don't believe that we have it, but we have it. There's active water taxi going on. Call it by another name, it's still there. And so I don't have to have a formal position because I wouldn't be the one mandating it. It's already there. I believe that the taxi industry has to understand that, you know, life changes and we have cycles and we have improvements and technology is there and we have limited land mass. Once we get together with the taxis, because I think my background is in communications, and I don't think that we communicate enough. And I believe once the taxi industry understands that we're all in this together, this tourism product, it doesn't just begin and end with them. It doesn't begin and end with the restaurateurs. It doesn't begin and end with the hoteliers. It's about all of us. That we want to ultimately make our tourists very comfortable. And if it means that they're going to be arriving late, these are mega ships, so that means that they're carrying thousands more passengers than they did before. We have to get hip with the times. The tourism industry is alive and well, despite what most people say. I looked at the statistics from earlier this year, and the air arrivals actually increased, while the cruise arrivals decreased a little bit. So we have to understand the quality and the difference of the quality between the air travelers, those who come through the planes, and those who come on the cruise ship. And we have to cater to those who are quality ones. They spend a lot of money. They don't just come for a T-shirt and a little souvenir. They spend a lot of money. And so, again, I can only say, and I've done so already with the taxi industry and the hoteliers, we have to talk a little bit more. We have to understand that this product is about all of us. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. Our next question to candidate Myron Jackson. Dr. Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Jackson,
Yes, Dr. Richardson.
are you willing to march into the proverbial hell for a heavenly cause for our people of the Virgin Islands? And if so, at what price?
Dr. Richardson, when I decided to run in 2008, it was a result of country above self. And my decision to run in 2012 still is the same, country above self. It comes a time when the sons and daughters of a nation, and in this case our territory, should rise and serve the best interests of their community and their government. I have decided, and it comes with sacrifice, because I have a family, I have a mother who's 84 years, who I should be taking care of, and will continue to take care of. But those were factors that you also have to consider in becoming a public servant. These are critical times in the Virgin Islands, and they're critical times around the world. However, ask not what your country could do for you, but what you could do for your country. Famous quote by President Kennedy. And we're at that juncture where we must, our leadership, the best that we can, that can come forward at these times, the resources that we have, we can fix many of our problems. We don't need, in many cases, for people to come and tell us how to fix our problems. We can fix them. But it requires the vision, and we need the fortitude and to stay forthright in what we need to do. And yes, it cannot all be achieved tomorrow. Many of the situations and issues that confront us today have existed for decades. So I offer myself with a sacrifice to serve our people and to bring my talents to do so.
Very good.
Thank you very much. Our next question goes to candidate Tregenza Roach, and it's from Mr. Liebert.
Thank you, Peter. Mr. Roach, the economy has been one of the big issues around, creating jobs, opportunities for our residents. When you look at this community and the state of the economy, in your quest to be a senator, do you have in your program ideas as to how you can change the way we do things or to enhance the economic outlook of the territory?
Well, I continue to believe that we need to look at resources differently. Some of us tend to look at the glass half empty. Since Dr. Richardson is quoting so much literature, I tend to look at it as half full, maybe even 3/4 full. If you look at our university, just one program at our university, aquaculture, people come from every country to learn the techniques of aquaculture at our university. Yet can you go into a store and buy the tilapia that's produced at our university? More than likely, you cannot. We talk about, somebody referenced Anguilla, and what I read about one hotel in Anguilla that uses all natural products produced from that soil in every meal, grown, everything that they use grown there. I think we have incredible potential in agriculture and aquaculture that we are not utilizing. We already have the resource. We already have the expertise. And I think we can expand on our use of it. One of the things that concerns me as I was driving around and in St. John and in St. Thomas, one of the things I thought about in addition in terms of revenue, are all of these villas that people have constructed, these multi-million-dollar villas that are rented on the internet and built first as private homes and then translated into incredible amounts of income. And I'm wondering, are we really realizing the income that we can from these sources? And what I would also do is look at how we spend the money that we already have. If you look at the budgets of 2012 and 2013, and you see that we have paid a third-party fiduciary almost $7 million in those 2 years to oversee our procurement process in the Department of Education, when we had already communicated to the federal government and they with us that this was not any lasting reality that we would observe. And this has been going on from 2005. So I think new ideas as well as looking at how we utilize the money we have.
Thank you very much. Our next question goes to Senator Sean Michael Malone. Senator Davis.
Well, I'm tempted to use a quote myself, but I don't want to be in competition with Dr. Richardson.
No competition,
so
complementarity.
So I can lose that, so I'm going to leave that one alone. You know, this is an election year, and you all are seeking offices. And there have been a lot of talk generated about election reform. Quite controversial. Particularly with the primary, with everybody running. In what area of the election system or the codes you feel that we need to expedite reform?
Let me first begin, number 23, Sean Michael Malone. What we have already done is we have allowed for paper ballots to be at the polls, which was requested by many of the people who advocated for them. And we also have an appropriation already signed into law to purchase new machines for subsequent elections. So I think I put that in the record. In terms of the primary election, what I'd like to see, we also did one more thing, and Senator Millen Young is right next to me, sponsored the legislation to move the primary further up to July to comply also with federal law to allow for ballots to get to military servicemen and women overseas. It's a federal requirement. And this would allow for less, confusion, so to speak, amongst other things, with preparing for the people and candidates for the primary election and weed out those sooner so there's more time to campaign for the general election. Additionally, we need to look at some procedures with the Board of Elections to their credit. Senator Davis, they did send those reforms down to the Senate. I have been preempted on those reforms. You know, that system works in the Senate. And we will have to ask them in the 30th legislature to resubmit if that senator who has them isn't going to offer them to another senator sitting in that body to move that legislation to correct many of the things you probably were raised in the primary that are already proposed by the board, the joint boards of elections. So those are some of the areas that I see Senator Davis has some reforms that need to happen in law. Now, additionally, this is one of the big ones. How senators are elected. That's the one people are really looking at. We have a bunch of independent candidates who don't have to go through primaries, whereas party members do. There has been raised before, as a member of the Board of Elections myself in the past, how do we legally require independent candidates to be selected like party candidates? So there's been difficulty in trying to arrive at a legal solution to that question. Right now, the answer is no, you cannot. As many independents can run as they want, but once you decide you want to be a member of a political party, you're subject to the laws of that place to be selected amongst 7. Thank you.
May I just
follow?
Yeah. I believe it's the state of California where everyone, whether you're in the party or not, runs in a primary. And there's a set number. Let's say, hey, it's 7 seats. The 7 top vote getters as independent goes in the general. So you can look at this statute.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Our next question goes to candidate Donald Cole. Dr. Richardson.
Former Senator Cole.
Yes, sir.
Former teacher as well as former person for the PSC, I'm sorry. We look at a number of possible options. We look at a number of viable situations or solutions. If you were elected to the Senate again, what would be among the things that are pressing? What would be your priority? Notice I did not say top priority. That's double speak. Because if something is a priority, it's already the top. People say top priority, and that's a non sequitur. Now, what would be your priority for our people who are hurting, who are really crying out, help me? Because I lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. From where would your help come?
Well, I would say, to God be the glory, great things he has done. So love he the world that he gave us his son.
Right. So you'd have to work with your other colleagues.
Yes.
Yes.
The legislative process is an institution set up in this Republican form of government, where we have 15 senators with a majority of 8. And you have to have the ability to take your opinion based on facts and present it to 7 other people, sometimes 10, to bring about change. One of the things that I agonize about is a decision on the Public Services Commission, where I sit as a quasi-judicial, and you understand that.
Of course.
Quasi-judicial, I sit as basically a judge. And I look at facts, just like a judge looking at a fact in court. Whoppers cost for oil has escalated from $28 a barrel to as much as $149 a barrel in 5 years. That is rough. Whopper spends $256 million a year to produce electricity in this community. That must change. It must change, and that change is not overnight. You cannot roll a new plant like you roll a vehicle off of a parking lot. It must be permitted by the EPA. It takes 2 to 3 years. Myron sits here. As a member, he used to be at DPNR. It takes 2 years just to get an EPA permit. We stand under the U.S. flag. We have the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, and we must follow those mandates. It's not like Tortola that is 3 miles away. You can catch a turtle in Tortola, and there's no problem. Catch one in a national park, and you have problems. So that's the thing that troubles me. And going into the legislature, I must be able to galvanize my colleagues, sit down, and look at the possibilities. Liquid natural gas, how are we going to get it?
Time? Thank you. Okay. Again, we're live on Lucky 13, Decision 2012. Live radio, live streaming. We got to say good afternoon to our listeners and viewers. Our candidates presenting right now, Senator Jeanette Millen Young, Senator Sean Michael Malone, Attorney Treganza Roach, candidate Donald Cole, and candidate Myron Jackson. We want to thank our great sponsors for making it possible. This round, each candidate will have 1 minute to answer a question. Each of our panelists will ask a question, and we'll try to get everybody in before we wrap it up, as we're into the last half an hour of our program. Okay? Next question, and the first question in this 1 minute answering segment goes to Senator Millen Young. Senator Liebert.
We're going to pump it up now. Senator Millen Young, throughout this community there's been a lot of discussion about audit, the legislature audit in particular, and I'm familiar with that and you're familiar with that. But I think the big issue has been there seems to be no one who wants to say in the legislature what's in the audit. And that's major concern. What do you say about that?
Well, the first thing I have to say about it is that I'm not covered by the audit. I just joined the legislature, and it covers previous legislatures. And when you say that no one wants to touch what is in it, I have to disagree, because I believe that we have spoken about it. I'm not an officer of the legislature. Yes.
Let me interrupt you by saying someone may have spoken, but when you take the audit line by line, folks, no one has said anything like that.
So you're saying that there hasn't been a detailed accounting.
And that's what the public is asking.
And I agree with you. And the minute that it hit the papers, because I, like you, even though I'm a member of the legislature, I don't have those details either. And so it is incumbent upon the president and the officers of the legislature to give that detailed accounting. And I wish, for the sake of all of us, that they would have done it, because we're all tainted by it. I know I'm very judicious with the way I spend my money. I returned, as I've said often, $100,000 of my money in my allotment last year, and even more so this year. So I really cannot speak for those who have not been as responsible as the public would want them to be, because if it were me, it'd be a different story.
Thank you very much. Now our panelists will be able to ask. Okay, this one's for everybody. Okay, good. So fine. Let's get candidate Myron Jackson the same question you could ask. Go ahead.
No, my question now to you as an aspirant, would you be responsible enough to this community to, whenever an audit comes up and there's question about it, to give that explanation to the public?
Most definitely. I think transparency is a must, especially in the first branch of government, the legislature. I think throughout government, period. Yeah. And I would join my colleagues, the new 38th legislature, in making sure the rules and regulations that govern the body is transparent, and that all answers to inquiries regarding the way the legislature spends the people's funds are transparent. And likewise, I know in reference to this particular audit, the Inspector General made specific recommendations what the legislature should do or consider in correcting this problem. So I would move with that as a guide, and likewise do my very best to make sure that my office and the function of my other colleagues would respect that.
Thank you very much. Same question to candidate Tregenza Roach.
Thank you. We have a sunshine law. I mean, that's where I begin. And there are very few documents that are excluded from public view. And the results of such an audit, public information. So absolutely, I agree that that information should be able to be released to the public. I think, unfortunately, when you do not release it, what it does is that it casts aspersions on those persons who may have followed all of the procedures and may have documented their spending that is consistent with government rules and regulations. And if I were a member of the legislature, I would absolutely want that information to be released, because I would want my own good name to be protected, as I would want for other persons to not be caught in a net of suspicion when they may not have had any part in illegal activity or in irresponsible spending. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next, Senator Sean Michael Malone, same question.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Senator Liebert. First of all, the $6.9 million audit in the legislature is a public document. What it does not do is list the names of the samples that were highlighted in the audit. Mm-hmm. So I know for sure I was not say guilty of any egregious spending, because I've been a member of those legislatures audited. And I called the Inspector General's office to ask, because since I couldn't get an answer from upstairs, I called and I asked them if I'm any part of it. They said no. I still requested my documents from the business office. I received them. People are welcome to come to my office to review, particularly my travel documents. I've never overspent my budget. I drive my own vehicle. I never submitted a gas bill. I pride myself in being very, very careful with public funds. I do agree that at some point, names should be reviewed. I mean, should be, given. But what I did understand why the Senate President keeps saying he's going to announce, but then you hear he doesn't, is because there's a criminal investigation going on with the audit, and that because of the nature of what it has, grown into, they cannot release the names of the individuals who, I guess, are subject of this investigation. So that's why it's very touchy. You have to ask yourself, why is he saying we're going to announce the names and then you don't hear anything? So that's how I would deal with that. So I'm very open and asking the public to come in and see what I've done. Thanks.
Candidate Cole.
Yes, I was a member of the 23rd and 24th legislature, which was audited. That's right. And the audit findings were made public. There wasn't any egregious findings in that legislature. Being in the legislature and been there for so many years, the key thing here is the passage of the rules. There's a document that we pass on the first day of session called the Rules of the Legislature. Senator Malone is aware of that. Senator Millen Young is aware of it. Mr. Jackson, what the Inspector General said should be placed in the rules of the legislature. The findings of the Inspector General, your procurement process, your receipts, your travel documents, those things should be placed in the rules of the legislature, passed by the members, and be available for everybody. And you violate those rules, then there you have the problem. It must be placed in the rules. And I implore, whether I'm in the legislature or not, that the next legislature must and should place those things in the rules of the legislature. That's what happens in Congress.
Time? Thank you. Okay. Second panelist, Senator Liston Davis, a question for all candidates.
Before I make my question, you also have to take into consideration that the business office also made some errors, but not misfiling documents. Yeah. Where senators accounted for their travel, but they can't find the documents.
Correct.
All right. Now, I promised the mayor to make a quotation, and I want to see how all of you are going to answer this. And it was once said by a very famous president that he saw a storm coming, and if he can put his finger in it to stop it, he would have done so. That's Abraham Lincoln. So the question is here, all of you who are sitting here, aspirants, as well as incumbents, there is a storm coming in the Virgin Islands. And tell us what you think you can do to stop it or head it off.
All right. We're going to start with Senator Jeanette Millen Young.
Thank you, Peter. I'm so happy that as a woman I'm leading the way each and every time. But I tell you that this storm has been caused because we have forgotten our precious resources, which are the young people of the Virgin Islands. And that is why I have focused my time and energies mostly, not just because I'm the chair of the Education, Youth, and Culture Committee, but because that is the reason that I actually ran to become a senator. It so happens that when I was running, people were getting retros, they were negotiating union contracts, so I didn't think that the money was an issue. And as soon as I got in January, the money became the issue. And we had to make some very difficult decisions based on little monies. But education is definitely the key. We talk about bringing jobs, but we can't fill those jobs if we're not preparing our young people. I'm not just talking about the little ones, I'm talking about older ones too, with vocational training. Jobs, often cases, we're growing the economy, we're talking construction, they need to be trained. You can't just say, give me a job, you need to be trained, and that is where I come in. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Candidate Myron Jackson.
The storm is coming. I think when we look at where we are as a community, we must say that much of where the issues that we're confronted with are because we did not plan. We were not visionary in many areas, and I do feel that, for example, there needs to be a land and water use plan in place that affects everything that we do. I mean, right down from our public utilities to health to revitalization of our towns, education, where we're going to build schools on St. John. We have no school. It just does not make any sense. So just as our grandparents and great-grandparents prepared for the storm, we too should. And good planning practices and tools will be implemented by me in my decision-making, in the policy-making of the Virgin Islands Legislature.
Thank you very much. Candidate Tregenza Roach.
On Saturday, I was in a storm in Coral Bay, St. John, when I approached some young men at the seashore. And I could hardly get a word out because the level of their frustration was so great. It was absolutely frightening. Not frightening for me as a person, I'm afraid of nobody. But it was absolutely frightening when you think about what our society has to look forward to. And what I would like to do is to help in that eventuality by creating opportunity. And creating opportunity, particularly for young people. That is why I advocate opening our university. It is a major, major recommendation, but it is absolutely essential in a crisis time such as this. And that we improve and provide access and support for our young people in obtaining higher education. That we support all of our people who aspire to create businesses and are stymied and frustrated in their attempts to do so. And I envision that I will be able to work with others elected to create a different kind of economic climate and opportunities for all of our people.
Thank you very much. Senator Sean Michael Malone.
Thank you for that question, number 23. Saw the storm coming from 2002. The very reason why I ran for the Senate, as I looked at the issue of Cuba reversing, the policy of Cuba being reversed by the United States that created the very tourism industry that feeds us in the territory, 80%. And so everything you see me do in the legislature over the last 5 terms, to include this one, is to lay foundations to improve upon programs to connect people with opportunities. The Marine Education Program at Eudora Ken, a number of school reform matters, curriculum issues, vocational training through nonprofits. When the government didn't have the resources, we found creative ways to get around that to prepare people for some of these things. Infrastructure improvement was done early on in my terms in the Senate. Of course, now the need to repair again. And there's funding available through federal sources to deal with the Market Square and the Waterfront project. And I'm now working on funding to revitalize our historic towns, which is the source of revenues for this territory.
Thank you. Our next panelist, Dr. Leonard Richardson.
I didn't get to answer the question.
I'm so sorry. Oh my. You know why?
Why?
You're the LEAC guy. But okay. Candidate Donald Cole, you apologize.
And that's not fair because that's what they're saying. Their campaign against me is I'm the LEAC guy, but I'll address that. The storm is here, and LEAC is one segment of the storm. The unfunded liability of $1.7 billion of GERS is part of the storm. The crime statistics is part of the storm. The inability to provide revenues is part of the storm. The legislature, and I'm going to say it, the legislature has the ability to allocate the scarce resources. I believe to deal with the GERS system, a portion of the cover-over money must be taken out and put in the portfolio and to offset the cost of living increase for retirees who have just gotten an increase in their medical thing. That must be done. It can be done from the legislature. We need colleagues who understand that the power to run this government is in the hands of the legislature. We're asking the public to select carefully individuals who understand that the power is in the legislature. We have to stop abdicating the responsibility given to us by the people. You're elected, you sit down, and you make the tough decision. That's why they put you there. The storm is here.
Thank you very much, Candidate Cole. Dr. Richardson, your question for each of our candidates?
Yes. My question is almost a tripartite question. The last comment was the storm is here. Former Senator Davis pointed out the storm is coming, but I'd like to go a bit further. If we can only have enough foresight, farsightedness, and insightedness, we would look at the gathering storm before it comes and before it arrives. I should like to then make this comment. Booker T. Washington and William Edward Burghardt Dubois, or Du Bois, depending upon what time of his life you're referencing, had a tremendous argument or debate. And Booker said, cast down your buckets where you are. And that came from two ships that were passing in the ocean. And one said, I need water, I have no water. And the other one signaled back, cast down your buckets where you are. He did not understand that he was actually sitting in what is called the subterranean waters of the mighty Orinoco River of South America. So he was in a fresh pool of water. Anyway, the point I'm making is there any one aspirant, incumbent, who would be willing to cast down the buckets where he or she may be and bring about a better resolution and help for our people, all of the people, in the vertical structure, in terms of upper class, middle class, lower class, working class? How do you think you'll be able to do it, including stepping down gracefully, or perhaps not so gracefully, but nevertheless, because we are in dire straits?
Question?
The question is, are you willing? Yes. I guess it got lost in that lengthy diatribe.
If you could just restate it in 5 seconds.
Okay, I can. Would you be willing to step down or relinquish your position and say, I am not equal to this task? That's for all the candidates.
Resign?
Sir, I'm running again because I think I am truly qualified to serve. And as some have stated already, there are 5 vacant seats. Mm-hmm. And I'm truly looking forward to working with fresh minds and moving this ship forward, since we're talking about the sea. Yes, we are in trouble, but there's a whole combination of reasons why we're here. Lack of planning is definitely one, and I believe that the right set of people coming together and being able to plan and move this ship forward is going to work. One of the things that I believe I've contributed to this is in the budget process. I did not agree, and I'm happy that many of my colleagues agreed, that we had to move to a line item budget. Every time the departments come to us, they justify why they should have a lump sum budget. Well, here is part of the planning. When you plan a budget, is a plan for that year as to how you're going to spend. So that is my contribution to this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Candidate Myron Jackson.
Dr. Richardson,
Yes,
there are
sir.
15 senators, and I mentioned this earlier, and I do feel that I bring the talent and the expertise and the leadership necessary to move these islands forward, especially in the area of the long-range planning, the areas of arts and the humanities, education, issues relating to the underserved of this community, people with disabilities, health issues, especially our seniors, because that is a society that I come from, and that has fostered me. And I feel that I can bring these talents to the legislature, and when the time comes for me to vacate the seat, I have no problem with that.
Thank you very much. Candidate Tregenza Roach.
I would answer that question by saying that I did run before. And the reason why I emphasize that is when I ran the first time, there was no vacancy in the legislature per se. I think that was the time when Senator Donna Stark, who you know is really a top vote getter kind of person, was reelected. The second time, the same thing. And I have persevered because I believe that I have much to contribute to the formation of public policy here. I have in my platform advocated term limits for senators the same way that there are term limits for our governor who can only serve 2 consecutive terms. And I continue to believe that persons who are senators, I don't see it as a profession. I see nursing and teaching and lawyer and doctors. I see those as professions. And so I believe that you should live by example. You should show to the people who you are intending to serve that there are many other talents that you bring and that you can demonstrate those talents in other valuable work in your society. So I do not believe the legislature is a career opportunity.
Thank you very much. Senator Sean Michael Malone.
Yes, thank you, number 23. I will not, of course, kick the bucket and resign, Dr. Richardson. The very fact that I'm in the race says that I'm very much up to the task and committed to continue doing what I can do, working with those others elected by the people of this territory to solve our problems and to bring about opportunity and hope. I'm a firm believer, and I truly mean this, and I live by it. The good Lord never gives us more than we can bear. If you couldn't handle it, you wouldn't have it. Grandmother also taught me there's at least one way or one answer or resolution to any problem. Your job is to figure it out. I'm actually energized by challenge and adversity, and I bring that type of, energy to the process, and I look forward to continue doing so as a member of the 30th Legislature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Candidate Donald Cole.
Yes, sir. I must use this biblical phrase, what God don't want, his angels can't have. And it's through the grace of God that I offer myself. Served in the legislature. I've served in there for over 22 years, 4 years as a senator. And I believe that my body of work, my body of public service, prepared me over the years, to offer that in the legislature. That's the reason why I'm offering myself again at the behest of others who believe experience shouldn't matter. Experience should be on the side. I am telling you, the legislative body is an institution. When you get in there, you'll understand what it is, those who are elected to get there. It is not an easy task. I have conducted myself openly. As a matter of fact, when I was in the legislature, I drove my own vehicle, and I commend Senator Malone, and I think I see Senator Millen Young driving their own vehicle. You lead by example, and that is how we got to deal with it. So if you see colleagues doing it, we need to do it. I offer myself because I believe I still have something to contribute, and ask the people to give me that chance. Number 24 on the ballot.
Thank you very much. We'd like to thank all our candidates for participating in our Decision 2012 presentation. We want to thank our panelists. Mr. Liston Davis, former senator and educator, Dr. Leonard Richardson, former professor at Morgan State University and the University of the Virgin Islands. Armando Rocky Liebert, former Senate president and educator. Right now, we'll ask each candidate to give us a 2-minute final presentation. We're going to start with the only lady in the House, Senator Jeanette Millen Young.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you all for this opportunity to be able to express myself and my accomplishments to the Virgin Islands public as I run for a second term as your senator. I am truly appreciative of you giving me the opportunity to serve. When I first ran, and I said to you, I am willing and able. And that's exactly what I was, willing and able, and I have learned much over the last 2 years. I think I've accomplished much. We spoke of the accomplishments over the last 2 hours, and there's just so much more that I know that I can offer. Began with bringing transparency back to government. One of my measures was to have the ability for the Senate to know what the account balances are in our government coffers, and that is because we appropriate. So we should know what's in our government coffers. I've also offered, in view of wanting more transparency, to know how our people are being hired and fired in our government offices, because again, senators are asked to answer all these things that we're not really in charge of. there are three branches of government, and we appropriate and we pass laws, and we have oversight abilities to get with the different departments. But the departments of government are headed by commissioners and directors who have a boss. One of the things that I'm very comfortable in saying is that while people will talk about who you like from who you don't like, and you attack this person and you're too harsh with the other one, that I've always been fair whenever a measure comes to me for voting. And I believe that I have been very fair and very judicious every time that I have a measure before me. It doesn't matter who proposed it. I'm going to be fair when I'm weighing on that measure. So again, I ask you for your support and your vote on November 6th. My number is number 9 on your ballot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Millen Young, for being here and participating. Candidate Myron Jackson, 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the organizers for this opportunity and commend my fellow candidates here this afternoon for engaging conversation. I am your Democratic candidate number 33, a people who fail to plan ultimately plans to fail. And I feel that with my talents that I bring to the table and my years of experience in the area of planning, urban development, and community organization, and my leadership skills, that I would serve you as a representative to the 38th Virgin Islands Legislature. These are challenging times. You need visionary, committed, honest representatives who would look out for your public trust. And I do feel that I am one of those candidates, and I'm asking you for the opportunity to serve your best interests in the Virgin Islands Legislature and addressing the issues that are confronting us, but also what is before us, that we plan for our future adequately for the generations to come. I am Myron D. Jackson, number 33 on your ballot, your Democratic candidate.
Thank you very much. Candidate Tregenza Roach.
Thank you, Peter. I would like to again close by thanking WSTA, thanking the panelists, Dr. Richardson for all those wonderful quotations, and everyone for the stimulating conversation that we had this afternoon. This is a very, very critical time in the history of the Virgin Islands. I have lived in the Virgin Islands from 1968, and I do not believe that there has been a time that there has been as much disdain for public life, for public service. So much so that so many persons who I encounter say they will not even vote. They could care less what happens. And so I make a special appeal to all of our residents that it is critical that you do not give up on this place that you claim to love. If you love this place and if you want to continue living in it and if you want to do anything to help improve it, you must participate in the electoral process. And when you do, I ask you to cast your vote for me as one of your senatorial candidates, Tregenza Roach, candidate, your independent candidate number 27. I bring a wealth of training and experience to the position. I have worked in both the public and private sectors, and I believe that I'm intimately familiar with those issues that affect both public employees and private employees as well as businesses. My training in the field of law, I believe, brings special skills to the deliberative body, our legislature. I believe that my work with the Virgin Islands Code, my term as legal counsel to the Department of Education, and as executive director to the Board of Education, experience with managing budgets, procuring goods and services, collective bargaining agreement, etc. I believe that all of this experience and public service in our community combine to make me uniquely qualified. And I ask that you consider me and cast your vote for Tregenza Roach, independent candidate number 27. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Sean Michael Malone.
Thank you, Peter. And I want to take this opportunity, like my panelists before me, to thank my co-debaters here, to thank WSTA and the panelists and the people who are listening for the opportunity for us to share our views. Because if we had to pay for this time, I tell you, it would be more money for my campaign to pay for. But I really appreciate it. and to clear up a lot of things and give us an opportunity to let people know who they will be electing and who seeks to serve them. My tenure in the legislature is very complete. I like to look at it as varied because leadership requires not just focusing on one thing, but several things because of the lack of planning and preparation over the years forces us, at least the way I see it, to look at a number of areas simultaneously. So economic development, government reform, election reform, education reform, things for the poor, the disadvantaged, the elderly, the young, you know, a number of areas, especially in a very difficult time where difficult decisions must be made and continue to be made so that we can survive. I ask for your continued support, your prayers, as I stood by you during times of uncertainty and challenge. And now I'm asking you to stand by me. I'm number 23, Sean Michael Malone, Democrat, who's committed in serving the people of this territory honestly and openly, as I have been doing since I took office in 2003. Thank you very much for the opportunity once again.
Thank you very much, Senator Malone. Candidate Donald Dux Cole.
Thank you, Peter. Let me thank WSTA, the excellent panelists, the people who are watching, the people who are bringing this to you, my colleagues for being here, this stimulating environment. I would have to say at this point in time that Donald Cole is not responsible for your LEAC. Donald Cole is a member of the Public Services Commission, a law that was put in place some 40-something years ago. And that law set out 7 members and given a mandate to be a quasi-judicial entity. I'll say it again. Quasi-judicial meaning that when you sit as a member of the Public Services Commission, you sit as a judge. You are a trier of facts. The fact that WAPA spends $256 million a year for oil, WAPA has to get that money back. How does WAPA get that money back? It gets it back through the rate per kilowatt hour. The fact remains when you sit as a volunteer. Right now, the commission doesn't have members going to the legislature trying to sit on that commission. It's a very difficult position. But over my political career, over my government career, I have never shied away from making tough decisions based on fact. That is how I've conducted myself in the legislature. I'm asking the people, give me another chance to go back to the legislature, utilize the 30-something years of experience that I have gleaned over as a government worker, as a public servant, as someone who understands the issue, understands the institution, and someone who can work and have demonstrated, Senator Liebert is over there, have demonstrated can work with anyone. And we want solutions. The storm is here. The storm is here. We're asking you on November 6th, Donald Cole, number 24 on your ballot. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Peter. I am not the LEAC man.
Thank you very much, Candidate Cole. You're not the LEAC man. Okay. we want to thank each and every one of our candidates for gracing our stage this afternoon. We want to thank our super sponsors. We'll tell you all about them in a minute. Tomorrow, the program continues from 10 a.m. to 12. We'll be featuring candidates Paul Alexander, Alma Francis Heiliger, Sean Georges, Elvin Foy Sr., Kaiser Cowwood, and Stephen Smokey Fred. In the afternoon session, it'll be the Senator at Large debate. Candidate Wilma Marshman Santo and Craig Bossinger. We want to thank our super sponsors, VI Decision 2012 Live Radio, WSTA 1340 AM, live video streaming on our websites, www.lucky13wsta.com and focusvi.com. Our super sponsors include Choice Wireless, Jimmy's and Son, Global Training Enterprises, John's Auto, IQ Event, KB Financial Group, Frontline Systems, MDM Inc., Furniture Plus, Furniture Inn, Colormax, and Innovative, along with T's Restaurant. To our sponsors, to our panelists, to our candidates, thank you very much. To our listeners and viewers, again, thank you. Decision 2012. Debate to promote dialogue around the public policy issues, trying to help voters make informed choices, enhance political tolerance, and to help hold elected officials accountable. Thank you very much on behalf of WSTA Radio, PEO Production. Have a great afternoon, and we see you tomorrow again at 10 a.m. Thanks, everybody.
PEO Production, in conjunction with WSTA Radio, presents
Decision 2012. Live video and live radio on WSTA Radio. You don't miss the candidates as they debate the issues live on radio and on the internet. Broadcast live on WSTA Radio October 9th, 10th, and 11th, beginning at 10 a.m. to 12 noon and from 12:30 until 2 p.m. Originating from the Wynwood Passage Hotel, hear the candidates' views that are running for the office of Delegate to Congress. Delegate Donna Christensen, Norma Picard Samuel, Warren Mosler, and Harlan Redfield. Senator at-large candidates, Senator Craig Baxter and Wilmer Monsanto.
Senatorial candidates, Shirley Sadler, Cecilia Emanuel, Kent Bernier, Clarence Payne, Horace T. Brooks, Clifford Graham, Jeanette Millen Young, Myron Jackson, Stephen Smokey Fret, Paul Alexander, Alma Francis Heiliger, Sean Georges, Elvin Foy Sr., Tregenza Roach, Marvin Blyden, Donald Cole, Senator Sean Michael Malone, Lawrence Olive, and Joseph Wojo Gums.
live video streaming on Lucky13WSTA.com and FocusVI.com.
It's all live here on WSTA Radio. Brought to you in part by Furniture Inn, Innovative, Lisa Melchior, Megamix Production, T's Chicken Fry Restaurant, MDM Entertainment, Furniture Plus, Colormax, WSTA Radio, and IQ Events Group.
Decision 2012, bringing the candidates to you on primetime, live.
It's available now in select areas of St. Thomas and St. Croix. Crisp cable television, clear landline telephone calls, residential internet speeds up to 5 megabytes per second. It's time to continue the evolution. A brand new state-of-the-art telecommunications network. A whole new kind of communication. Visit an innovative business office for details. Evo, continuing the evolution. Brought to you by Innovative.
2012 we no rap with home phone. You see we are cut card, everything wireless. When we are come out and we roll out, it's Choice Wireless.
No hesitation, Choice make it wireless, real innovation. Cut card, save and join the Choice Nation. Choice keep your wireless everywhere you're flexing, unlimited text say no contracts. Keep your same phone number, same contacts. Home phone is no longer an answer. The mobile phone with a 3-month service, so don't get nervous. So make that choice, yeah. Cut the card. Get a new smartphone, power up with Choice, yeah. Virgin Islands, get your mobile device, go and make that choice, yeah. Cut the card, no limits, so come power up with Choice, yeah. Make the card, no contracts, keep your freedom with Choice, yeah.
Home phones are no longer innovative. Transfer your number to Choice Wireless and get a free cell phone and a free month of service. No contracts, no limit. Basically, cut the cord and save.
Wally, oh.
Furniture Inn is having a big red tag sale on all furniture and appliances. Early bird special, living room sets, dining room sets, bedroom sets, accessories for every room in the house, china cabinets, wall units, lamps, you name it, they have it. Everything's on sale. Mattresses, end tables, coffee tables. Furniture Inn, located in Lockhart Garden Shopping Mall, next to Kmart. Call 774-2583 and take advantage of Furniture Inn's Red Tag Early Bird Specials.
as we are living in the roughest economic times in Virgin Islands history. It's important that we stick together and support our own.
It is important that we spend smarter.
In these times, we are forced to cut back.
Trim the fat.
Stay home a little more.
Spend a little smarter.
We live local, let's keep buying local.
Supporting local businesses creates jobs.
Ensures funding to aid our public schools. And to keep our charitable organizations afloat.
Buying local helps you,
Helps me.
Helps the economy.
MDM, Music Digital Media, specializes in wedding photography and videography, video production, photography, live event streaming via internet, music production, graphic design, and digital prints. They also specialize in video production for live events with multi-camera setup. Visit their website today at www.mdm-ent.com or check them out on Facebook, MDM-ENTVI, or give them a call today. You can contact Jamie at 340-244-1217, Omari at 321-356-3258, or Cecil at 305-951-4211. MDM, Music Digital Media, digitizing your dreams.
T's Restaurant and Chicken Fry open 7 days a week, where you can enjoy fresh local cuisines such as boiled fish, shrimps, salmon balls, mutton, barbecue and stewed chicken, and a whole lot more, including the original chicken and french fries with all your sides and vegetables. Then step right over into Content Gaming and the Little Bar, where you can relax, chat, try your luck at Powerball, Sevens, Spinball, or whatever is your game of choice. T's Restaurant, Chicken Fry, and Content Gaming, located in Content, right next to La Bambouche. Call 340-777-8102 or 340-774-2233. T's Restaurant, Chicken Fry, Content Gaming, and the Little Bar, open 7 days a week for your convenience.
Be prepared this hurricane season and make sure you always have a backup plan. Get a wireless phone from Innovative to supplement your Innovative landline phone. Get a mobile internet device from Innovative to supplement your home DSL. You can never be too prepared. A reminder from Innovative.
It's the second annual I Am Beautiful Natural Hair
You work
Workshop
hard
and
to ensure
Expo
the best for
presented by
yourself,
Miss
your family,
Naturalista
and
and the
loved
Department of
ones.
Tourism.
Sometimes this
This hair
includes late
event will be
nights, even
sizzling.
sleepless
There'll be
nights, and a
informative
lot of
workshops, hair
sacrifices.
demonstrations.
You work hard to ensure the best for yourself, your family, and loved ones. Sometimes this includes late nights, even sleepless nights, and a lot because at Global Training, it's where quality training matters. And your safety, security, and education is our highest priority. So we provide the best and full detailed firearm training and certification for business and homeowners. Also, we do extensive training for law enforcement officers and security agencies.
PEO Production, in conjunction with WSTA Radio, presents
Decision 2012. Live video and live radio on WSTA Radio. You don't miss the candidates as they debate the issues live on radio and on the internet. Broadcast live on WSTA Radio October 9th, 10th, and 11th, beginning at 10 a.m. to 12 noon and from 12:30 until 2 p.m. Originating from the Wynwood Passage Hotel, hear the candidates' views that are running for the office of Delegate to Congress. Delegate Donna Christensen, Norma Picard Samuel, Warren Mosler, and Harlan Redfield. Senator-at-large candidates, Senator Craig Baxter and Wilmer Monsanto.
Senatorial candidates Shirley Sadler, Cecilia Emanuel, Kent Bernier, Clarence Payne, Horace T. Brooks, Clifford Graham, Jeanette Millen Young, Myron Jackson, Stephen Smokey Fret, Paul Alexander, Alma Francis Heiliger, Sean Georges, Elvin Foy Sr., Tregenza Roach, Marvin Blyden, Donald Cole, Senator Sean Michael Malone, Lawrence Olive, and Joseph Wojo Gums.
Live video streaming on Lucky13WSTA.com and FocusVI.com.
It's all live here on WSTA Radio. Brought to you in part by Furniture Inn, Innovative, Lisa Melchior, Megamix Production, T's Chicken Fry Restaurant, MDM Entertainment, Furniture Plus, Colormax, WSTA Radio, and IQ Events Group.
Decision 2012, bringing the candidates to you on primetime, live. PEO Production, in conjunction with WSTA Radio, presents
Decision 2012, live video and live radio on WSTA Radio. You don't miss the candidates as they debate the issues live on radio and on the internet. Broadcast live on